So it's kind of striking to me how close we are to disaster in America. We already have airports having ground stoppages. And what that basically means is they reduce the number of aircraft that they can handle in a given hour. Burbank, California's airport had a complete shutdown, had no air traffic controller. A long time ago in a land far away, shouldn't the military be taking over these positions? The military doesn't have the capability to take over all these positions. When Reagan fired all of the protesting air traffic controllers, the military was bigger and the number of flights a day was smaller. Now, the military is smaller and the number of flights a day is triple what it was in 1981 when Reagan fired the air traffic controllers. The problem here is that we don't have a very smart government. We don't have a very smart government because we know that our economy runs on air travel, and air traffic controllers should be paid, trained, onboarded, even in the midst of a shutdown. Because there are certain bills that the government knows it has to pay every month, regardless. It knows. The government knows it has to pay its air traffic controllers. It has to pay ICE. It has to pay Border Patrol. It has to pay. But if you've ever been in government finance work, money is color-coded. And you can move color-coded money around, kind of, but you shouldn't. Well, part of the problem becomes, well, they should just pay the payroll for all the people. Okay? But then what if equipment breaks? Well, that's a different budget. And then some people would say, well, you should fully fund the FAA. Okay? Well, then you've put somebody else above the line of what you should fully fund. Morning, Dram. You should fully fund them. Well, then in 5 years, 10 years, when the next shutdown happens, the next group of people that have risen to the top of mandatory expenditures would be there. Like, for example, why are we still allowing anybody not American to come into the country? Why isn't customs enforcement only admitting Americans back into the country? I mean, if you've got a shut down operation, then only people coming back into America who are American should be allowed. We don't have a good policy. We have a bunch of cobbled together policies, and because the country can limp along, nobody's inconvenienced. Imagine if we shut down all air travel. Billions of dollars a day would be lost. All the overnight shipping would be gone, right? Vacations would grind to a halt. Tourism destinations, Vegas, California, Orlando, New York, they would all suddenly see their tourism decline, and they would have seen it decline before the shutdown. It's like I said on Monday's show, it's been 28 years since we passed the budget on time. It's been 24 years since we passed a balanced budget. America's never going to fix itself if America's not willing to make some hard decisions, some really, really, really difficult cuts. As you saw the other day, one individual person is caught up on Donald Trump is systematically eliminating states' abilities to fund their police departments. Well, that's not true. The money that you get on these special grants is for above and beyond stuff. The state for the state police, the county for the county sheriff, and the city, the municipality for the city or municipal police force, that's all supposed to be taxpayer funded. I will say that if we have federal tax money paying for a city's police department or a state's police department, then we've lost the narrative somewhere, and we need to fix the problem. We shouldn't have federal tax money going to local policing. We could have federal tax money going to above and beyond programs, DARE, keep kids off drugs, drug abuse resistance education. If you want to do alternative policing and you want to have a federal alternative policing, but I would even argue, why do we have a federal alternative policing program? That should be a state-run thing. We have states that rely on the federal government for their grant money. Well, that's a huge part of the problem. Each state should be self-sufficient, with the exception of airports, bridges, interstates, ports. Things that are of federal nature should be paid for by the federal government. But you shouldn't be paying for police officers with federal money. Because what you're doing is you're hurting California to help New York. You're taking money out of California to give that money to other states. Well, if California had all the money they're entitled to, they'd be able to fix their problems. If you look at the federal budget all the time, the federal budget is just full of pork. It's full of, I remember 20 years ago, did I say roads? Some roads, not all roads. Some roads, interstate highways. Roads are the responsibility of the state, the county, but interstates are the responsibility of the federal government. But I'd like to see a change made, and that change made is I would like the federal government to actually maintain the highways instead of giving money to the state and then the state pay that, arrange it. Because the states are fucking terrible at, some states are terrible at managing the roads. Shit, I drove to Florida twice this year, once in early June and once in late July. The same 67 miles of road 7 weeks later is still torn up in Illinois. In fact, I drove that route in November, going out to go hiking. I drove it in January to go see my cousin. 30 some odd miles of road torn up. Well, why the fuck did you tear it up in the late fall? And why'd you tear up 31 miles of road? You know you can't get it laid in time. Do you think you have too much redundant infrastructure? I always hear about the U.S. not being able to maintain its roads and bridges. Well, the reason why we can't maintain all of it is because we have so much waste. But we have to have it. We don't have too much of redundant infrastructure. In fact, we don't have enough. Florida, when I drove down in June, there was a big construction project on the roads, dropped the road down to 2 lanes. When I went back 8 weeks later, I was like, shit, I don't remember this road. The road had gone from 2 lanes to 4 lanes for a section of it in less than 7 weeks. Because they don't want the route into southern Florida, the tourism money pot, they don't want that road inconvenienced. They're fucking just gangbusters down the way building up this road, which is good. Meanwhile, in my state, 31 miles one way, 46 miles the other way, consecutive construction. Shit ain't changed in 7 weeks. We have too many bridges, yes, but each one, like, it's not like you can look at a bridge in America and be like, oh, we don't need that bridge. Shit, they're talking about building another bridge from southern Illinois into St. Louis because the 2 bridges that are used are backed up all the time. We're in a really rough situation because we've designed our cities where we must drive everywhere. Nothing is very walkable unless you live in densely populated city. So there becomes so many problems that is added to the ever-growing to-do list. Right. And unfortunately, we keep building new cities. We keep urban sprawl going. And we don't think about what are we going to do about public transit. I live in an area with somewhat decent public transit. Right? Well, yes, but do all those small towns need 6-lane roads? Dude, I'm going to stop you, salty bread. You ain't never seen a small town with a 6-lane road. We don't have tiny towns with 6-lane roads. I don't know what the fuck you've been shown, but we don't have that. Who cares about public transit? My Tesla goes from 0 to 60 in 2.8 seconds. Okay. I'm happy for you. You're driving an electric vehicle. First of all, you're driving a Tesla. You're a fucking idiot. You're driving a vehicle that created more pollution in order to make the lithium-ion batteries than you needed. You're also driving around in a vehicle that has a massive engineering flaw to it. They put 4 batteries on the bottom of a Tesla. You're carrying around all that extra weight, but the vehicle can run on 2. Well, if the vehicle can run on 2, why don't they just put 2 batteries into the Tesla? And then when one goes bad, you take the Tesla and they swap one battery out, put the other one in. Let's get rid of 600 pounds of weight. Tesla's average 400K lifespans. And what? And what? Look, first of all, you're going to come in, you're going to have a bunch of opinions, but you clearly missed the point where I just said, to make your Tesla, you created more pollution than a fossil fuel burning vehicle will create burning gasoline. I'm happy that your Tesla goes 400,000 miles. I also laugh about places that have seen their electricity rates go up. I don't care about that. Great. I don't give a fuck what you care about. Okay? Car go fast. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. 60 miles an hour isn't fast. Who cares? No, you don't. No, you don't. Which Tesla? 60 miles an hour in 2.8 seconds isn't that fast. First of all, I do understand 2.8 seconds, you illiterate jackass. Okay? I do. Because when I was a young man, I had muscle cars. I did have muscle cars. I understand fast. What do I care in 2025 about 2.8 seconds getting to 60? First of all, if you get on the expressway, I care about how fast. Okay, you know, I don't have time for you. Go away. I simply don't. I don't have time for fucking morons. First of all, who gives a shit about 60 miles an hour anymore? This is what's wrong with people. I give a shit on how I still love that we do 0 to 60 in X number of seconds. What's the fucking interstate speed? 70? Well, then tell me how fast you get to 70. First of all. Second of all, everywhere I drive, the speed limit's 30 or 45 or 70. I don't have a 60 mile an hour speed limit anymore. Yeah, and people are like, my Tesla goes, I beat Hellcats. No, the fuck you don't. Fuck right off. First of all, not even every Tesla goes 0 to 60, right? In 2.8 seconds. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Well, doesn't matter how great your car is. Yeah, I don't need a fast car. I'm not 23 anymore. Why do I drive a crossover? Because I have kids and grandkids. The problem is everyone's talking about how great Teslas are, but they're not talking about all the issues that come with electric vehicles. If electric vehicles were actually good for the environment, I'd be the first person supporting them. But go and look at how fucking dangerous and how damaging lithium and cobalt extraction is to the land. Number two, you have towns that everybody has bought an electric vehicle, and then the coal plant releases that your cost of your electricity is going up by 300% because we're running the fucking coal plant, the coal burning electric plant at 300% in order to keep up with everybody charging their electric vehicle. Now, I understand the counter argument. People are going to say the electric vehicle adds no more stress onto the power grid than people's home air conditioners do. And that is a fact. When you're charging your electric vehicle, you don't add any more stress. But you'll also notice in the hottest months, what does the electric company say? Hey, if you could think about setting your air conditioners a little higher, that would be great. I'm like, fuck no. I keep my house between 69 and 70 degrees. When it's really hot out, my AC is going to run all fucking day. And I understand that. I have a second AC for this office because this office gets to 80, 90 degrees. You have people that are talking about how great electric vehicles are, but you have to bring diesel generators out to the charging stations. You're burning diesel to charge an electric vehicle? Well, then the electric vehicle gets debited with the diesel burn pollution of the generator. Like, that's what people don't get. They're like, oh, my electric vehicle burns clean. You're right. But you get debited against whatever pollution is created by your charging method. Now, I saw Panzini said you got solar panels to charge a Tesla. That's what I want to see. I want to see I want to see people say, I'm going to have solar panels to charge my electric vehicle, therefore I'm reducing my carbon footprint. And I'll say, yeah, you are, except you still have to eat the pollution that was created mining the lithium and mining the cobalt. But then we're seeing some benefit to it. Then we're seeing some massive benefits to it. As you've heard me say, I don't want a single big box store built in America. I don't want to see another Walmart, another Target, another Kroger or Deerbergs or Jewel Osco grocery stores. I don't want to see any big box store built that doesn't have solar panels on the roof. Provided, of course, you're south enough. I mean, Minnesota, North Dakota, parts of Washington. Right, it's for local travel. If you want to do long hauls, that won't matter if the rest are not solar panel chargers along the way. You're right. But that's why I would have preferred if instead of Elon Musk peddling Teslas, if Elon Musk had peddled EV charging stations that were all solar or wind powered. It's like I said the one time a couple of years ago, if I bought an electric vehicle, I wouldn't be able to drive to Florida with it, not reasonably, because I'd only be able to drive like 2 hours, and then I would have to stop at that charging station only 2 hours down the road because there was a space between. I wouldn't be able to drive for a reasonable 6 hours before I take my first break, because I'd have to stop at 2 hours and recharge my vehicle to full. EVs for local travel and to keep cities cleaner is great if you mix in solar powered chargers. Right. But you know what the faster way to do that is? Have better public transit. Because if you can get rid of all the cars entirely. Yeah, I prefer public transit as well. I don't know if you've ever seen this picture. This is a great picture to talk about why public transit is better. This is why public transit is better than even EVs. Because if you had a good public transit system, you could get all those cars off the road. You could get all those people on a bus. And if you had a good public transit system, okay, people would be able to get to work on time. Now, are you still going to have a car? You can still do EVs on electric bus. No, you can't. You can't have an EV bus of that size and put that many people on it. Because to move that much weight, you need more power. More power means more battery. More battery means more weight. More weight means less passenger weight. It's not a continuous increase. If I make the bus EV, I certainly can, but then I'm going to have less people on the bus, which means more buses in the fleet, make up for charging time, which means I'm still doing the damage with the lithium mining and the cobalt mining. I'm just shifting around. Where my pollution is. But if you think about taking all of these cars off the road, makes it safer, right? Less car accidents. Why don't we do that? Do you think the car manufacturers want less people buying cars? I just saw the other day that Ford has 6,000 technician slots open. And they can't get enough technicians to come work for them. So, but does Ford then say we're going to sell less Fords? We have less people to maintain them? No, Ford keeps selling vehicles. Even if the bus is not EV, it's diesel powered. Having 5 buses versus hundreds of cars on the road is still better and safer. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is if you're converting your entire bus fleet to electric, where are you saving on pollution? Is your entire power grid green energy? I doubt it, because the last time I was looking through power grids, the highest I've seen in the country is about 45% green energy. If you're charging electric vehicles with dirty power, you haven't changed shit. All you're doing is moving where the pollution credit happens, or the pollution debit happens. Again, nuclear isn't clean. Nuclear is not clean. The only clean is hydro, wind, and solar. Nuclear is dirty as fuck because it produces nuclear waste, which, granted, it doesn't pollute when it's making it, but you create pollution that lasts 50,000 years. And coal is dirty as fuck. Green power. If you're not powering the buses with green power, you've just moved where the pollution is. We're producing more power with nuclear. That's better than coal. That's better than natural gas. But it's not as good as charging with solar or hydro. So again, you're just moving. Feels like we'll start shooting off nuclear waste into the sun soon, which would be dumb. I don't know, man. I don't want to fuck with the star in any way, shape, or form that we only have one of. And if we fuck with it too much, because we don't understand physics, nuclear physics, astrodynamics, I don't want to fuck with the sun. We've got one of it. If we fuck with it and it dies sooner, we're all kind of dead. I don't think we should start shooting anything into the sun until, you know, we've colonized at least another planet and another solar system. Just you know, little Jalan logic. I think the big problem is everybody wants to talk about how great some things are, but they don't want to address the problems. Don't we already have so much debris and shit in space to the point it's starting to get dangerous? Yeah. Yeah. Nuclear from Southern California with coal backups. 70% of your grid. Which means any step, if 70% of your power grid is nuclear and coal, then that means that area should not be talking about we're going to transfer to battery operated electric buses, because you're not even at the 50% clean energy point yet. What they should have done, they should have built the fucking bus depot, the charging depot, and had solar panels there. But when we talk about solar panels, you've got the lithium in the fucking battery banks. So you take the debit from 10 years ago when they dug up all that lithium to make the battery bank. I want to move to Tampa, somewhere similar. They've been making loads of improvements to public transit, free trolley rides. It's pretty walkable downtown. Seems great. The only issue is that it's expensive. No, the only issue with Tampa is that you are going to live in a place that has absolutely no way to mitigate a hurricane. You don't want to live in Tampa. You don't want to live on the coast, especially not in Florida. People in Tampa what, 1 year, off year, then another year, they got hit with hurricanes. And that's why the state of Florida is now struggling. They don't have people that are willing to offer insurance. We're in an off year, it seems, thankfully. Yeah, this is the off year. Last year, I forgot which hurricane, Milton. It's just like, right now, I'm a little nervous. On Monday, or yesterday when I woke up, I got an email from Southwest Airlines. And having traveled a lot for the military and understanding, Southwest sent me an email, and what their email said got my attention. Their email was... Do you have flexible plans? We're seeking volunteers willing to change from this flight. For a limited time, we will waive any fare difference and issue a $30 travel credit per passenger. The moment you see your airline waiving fare differences, get the fuck off the flight they're asking you to get off the flight of. Get the fuck off that flight. So what happened was, because my daughter's in the college bound program now, she's 12 and she's in the college bound program. I couldn't really, normally I'd be gone today. I would have been gone Wednesday and Thursday. She would have been out for 2 days of school. But because she's in the college bound program and because Universal Studios tripled the cost of their hotel rooms, I said, fuck it, I've been there enough. I just really want to go for Halloween Horror Nights. Why? I'll tell you why. So we're going down Friday morning. Yeah, they tripled. We're going down Friday morning. Saturday, we're going to go to Halloween Horror Nights. Sunday, we're going to bum around the parks, which we've done the parks every year for 8 years. And then Monday, instead of getting up in the morning and flying home and being home at about noon, what I said was, this past October when I went, I stayed on my last day and I went to the parks all day and then flew home, which was kind of nice. Well, I didn't take the last flight out with my wife and kid. I took like the 7 o'clock flight. You know, get up, check our bags in with the luggage people, go to the parks. Well, if the airline is saying we'll waive any fare differences, they really want you off that flight. What they're trying to do is they're trying to pull that flight. They're trying to pull that flight out of circulation. Either number one, it's not a completely full flight anyway, and they want to see if people will shift to like the 9 o'clock at night flight or the 4 o'clock flight. And since the 4 o'clock flight had room on it, it lets you know right away that if the 4 o'clock flight still has room on it, you know the 7 o'clock flight isn't full. If you know anything about how people vacation and how people fly home, the 4 o'clock flight isn't full, the 7 o'clock isn't full. Now, I think what's going to happen to a lot of people come Saturday afternoon, Sunday morning, they're going to find out that their flight at 7 o'clock on Monday is canceled. Now, it could be canceled because Southwest yanks the flight, or it could be that they know there's going to be a government shutdown, or I'm sorry, an airport shutdown, and they're trying to get you out of there. Now, they're not going to release the information that they know there's going to be a shutdown, right? They're not going to do that. But yeah, for the cost of moving my flight by 3 hours, yeah, if they're asking you to switch, then it's a good idea to take it. Always. If they're ever willing to change waive rebooking fees and fare differences and still give you a credit, get the fuck off the flight. Because if you don't, what's going to happen is your flight may very well get canceled, and then you have to know your traveler's bill of rights. You have to know what they have to give you. Also, you have to realize if they cancel the flight X amount of time in advance, they don't owe you shit. So yeah, for 3 hours, I was like, yeah, 3 hours. We'll just get home earlier. It's fine. So I had to move a dining reservation a little bit, and you know, but yeah, I kind of wish that I wasn't traveling. Yeah, that's them literally panicking, trying to prevent themselves violating the Traveler's Bill of Rights. Although, if it's the airport shuts down, the airline doesn't owe you shit. The airline only owes you anything if it's the airline's fault. If it's the airport's fault, they don't owe you anything. It's also why you got to be careful when they try to, yeah, not much the airline can do about that. Which is why you also have to fight with the airline. If the airline claims weather, you need to go and you need to look at the departure board, take a picture of the departure board, and show all of the other airlines that are still taking off. And then you have to find all of the flights that are going to your destination. And you need to click on them. You need to take a picture. If you're flying from, say, Orlando to Houston, you have to look at every other airline board in the terminal and find their Orlando to Houston and take a picture that shows they're going to take off on time, that they're not delayed. Because the airline, what they'll do is they'll claim weather. Well, you're looking outside and the weather's fucking fine. But they can say it's weather between here and there, which they're legally allowed to do. And then you say that's great. Then why are all your competitors flying established lanes, taking off on time, headed to where I'm going? And that's when they'll be like, okay, here's what we owe you. If they can put weather on it, they don't owe you shit for weather. That's one of the major risks of flying out of O'Hare or JFK. I would say Atlanta, LaGuardia, JFK, O'Hare, Orlando, Denver. You got to be careful flying out of all those places. Burbank, California right now. Because Burbank, California has been operating without air traffic controllers. So they've just been shutting down, or their routes have been taken over by other people. I literally thought, yeah, snow, tropical storms, thunderstorms. They have to have a route out in order to, that doesn't go through a storm. Yeah, Burbank was shut down for a bunch of hours, and some of their planes were taken over by other air traffic controllers, and some were just on ground alert. Like I said earlier, O'Hare had a 6-hour ground situation because they just don't have enough ATCs. And there's nobody that can fix it right now except the Senate. I think Mike Johnson is inching us towards a fucking revolution. Mike Johnson refuses to bring the House of Representatives back into session. So right now, the Senate, do I see the Senate passing a budget anytime soon? Well, here's the problem. Normally, what would be happening is you would have the Senate up here, and you would have the House down here, and then you would have people talking back and forth because they've passed a bill. Right now, the only bill they can pass is the one they've sent, because there's no way to send a different funding bill down to the House because the House isn't in session. So the Senate has a gun to their head. Well, I see the really big problem, and that is the Democrats think this is an opportunity to negotiate and get people their healthcare credits back. And I'm not against them working on getting people their healthcare credits back. But I would like to once again say, wouldn't it be better if the states provided healthcare instead of the federal government providing healthcare? Right now, the government is shut down because of people's healthcare concerns. Now, are there things that I think the federal government should be addressing? Absolutely. The cost of medication is out of control. The cost of medication is complete bullshit. Insulin, EpiPens, inhalers. I'm sorry, I'm gonna back up one. Insulin for people born with type 1 diabetes. That's a big distinction. Insulin for people born with type 1 diabetes. Inhalers for people that were born with asthma. EpiPens, those should all be profit-controlled items. Insulin for people that develop diabetes due to secondary to obesity should be affordable, provided the person is taking steps to reduce their weight. I hear all the time people say diabetes isn't curable. Type 1 diabetes isn't curable. Type 2 diabetes, until you go full-blown insulin dependent, you can walk yourself back to healthy blood sugar levels. Not everybody can. Some people, they can't get there. You always say that each state is like a country. Why can't each state maintain their own health system? Does the federal level extract too much in taxes to make that possible? That's a great question. And I think you have a misunderstanding. I think you have a misunderstanding about the American tax system. So let me break this down. Because the way you say it, a lot of people say it that way. So here's the federal government. And here is one particular state, no state specifically, and here's a person in that state. Some people are under the assumption, I'm going to do this in that color. Some people are under the assumption that this individual pays 100% of their money to the state, and then the state pays money to the federal government. That's not how that works. It doesn't work that way at all. What happens is, this person pays employment tax, and this is Social Security, FICA, FUTA, all that direct, and they pay federal income tax directly to the federal government. They also pay state level income tax, and then this is where you get sales tax, right? Property tax. All those taxes go straight to the state. So the federal government takes a cut and the state takes a cut. Now, most states, and I haven't lived in every state, so I don't know all of them. Most of the time, say you earn $75,000 and you pay your taxes on that. Well, the state says your income is $75,000 minus your federal taxes. So they don't tax you based on your full earnings. Like they say it's 3%, give or take. That's not there, it's there. The state says we're going to take 3%. But they're not going to take 3% of the 75,000 because you never realized 75,000. They're going to say, here's your 75,000. Here's what the federal government says your adjusted income is. You pay taxes on that adjusted income. We're also gonna tax you on your adjusted income, not your total income. Should federal taxes meant for federal programs be redirected to the state level so they can run their own programs? Yes. I was taught in school some about how the state should have the power to administer shit they want And that's because if one state's competing against another, then they'll be attracting people to move towards them. So if a state has more attractive healthcare benefits, people would move there, incentivizing other states to improve their state level healthcare. Right. The problem is, the reason why states don't want to do that is because they would then also attract poor, homeless, hungry, destitute, addicts, junkies. If your state had a policy that we take care of junkies, well, then all the junkies from the neighboring states would come to your state because they'll get taken care of. And due to law, due to the Constitution, right of travel, citizenship, you can't tell people they don't have the right to travel into your state. So it's not like my state could say, you have to have been born in Illinois to get these programs. Maybe they should. Maybe we need to start recognizing our nation is too large to have one set of standards. And then maybe it would become that. People in Illinois, in Southern Illinois, people will go over to St. Louis to work because there's not enough jobs down here. People from St. Louis come into Illinois because this is where they find a job. Well, why the fuck do you want to pay income tax to two different states? If you're going to have a job in Illinois, live in Illinois. If you're going to have a job in Missouri, go across the river and live in Missouri. There shouldn't be federal programs. Should or shouldn't have federal programs is a big statement. Many of the programs we have, we shouldn't have. For example, I have a friend, she basically gave up on life. She gave up on life because her response is, I'm never going to not be in poverty. She is the definition of working poor. She's never going to not be in poverty. She pays a fuck ton in taxes comparatively of a percentage of her income that if she wasn't taxed on that, if she wasn't taxed on 12% of her income, she would have the money she needs to get the fuck out of poverty. She makes too much money to get aid, but she makes not enough money to live without aid. It's like, I told the story once, one of my take-ins, the number is 27,000. If you make 27,000 or more, you get $0 in benefits. But if you make $26,999, you get upwards of $13,000 in benefits. Who the fuck wrote that system? My friend, my take-in, tried to go to her job and get them to lower her salary to $26,500 so that she could get the $13,000 in benefits, right? And be at $39,005. Meanwhile, she's paying taxes out of this so other people can have that. So the simpler way to do that is if you're going to say the maximum amount in benefits somebody can get is $13,000, then at $27,000, right, you can get $13,000 in benefits. At $30,000, you can only get a maximum of $10,000 in benefits. At $39,000, you can only get a maximum of $1,000 in benefits. This way, everybody gets rounded up to $40,000. Now, what about the person only making $20,000? Okay, well, you're getting more than 50% additional income from aid assistance programs. When you were a young parent in college, we applied for assistance. We were told we qualified based on income, but had too much in savings and then had to go blow some and come back. Right. And that's where I told my daughter, I said to my daughter, I tell all my kids, if you ever have to fill out your FAFSA form, you need to let me know in advance that there is a school funding form I will need to sign on Thursday. You can't tell me it's your FAFSA form. You need to tell me, and they were taught from yay high, if I ever need to sign the FAFSA form, you need to tell me there's a school funding form you need to sign on Thursday. Because on Wednesday, I go to the bank and I fucking poof, I make all my money disappear. So on Thursday, when they ask me the questions about how much do I have in holdings, how much do I have in savings, how much do I have here, how much do I have there, I can give a truthful answer. Because the question says something in the fine print. Did you specifically move around assets to avoid? No, I didn't specifically move around assets. I had no earthly idea my kid was bringing me the FAFSA form. I just did my usual Wednesday banking. It's the dumbest shit you have to do in this country. Why? When I went to college, I got told, fuck off, go to college. Why the fact that my father has money, does that impact whether or not I can have money? Why is it, why is it my kids, I'm supposed to help my kids go to college? I don't like my kids. I mean, I do like my kids, but I don't like my kids. Fuck them. Let them go to college. Let them do it the way I did. If we think college is important, then the rules should be at 18 and you're a high school graduate, they only weigh whether or not they're going to give you college money. Why is it a kid who comes from poverty gets all the grants and all the everything, but the kid who comes from parents that worked hard gets nothing? We have a bullshit system. We have sideways racism. We have backwards racism. We've got reverse racism. We've got Uno draw four racism. And everybody likes their racism. Everybody likes it. Racism is one of the first things people go to. The Chocobo Prevention Act. No chocobos were harmed in the production of today's show. I think age should be lockstep with taxation. Whatever they decide the maximum age cutoff should be the higher than the minimum taxation cutoff. If you're making $27K and the maximum aid level is 30, you should get $3K in aid. Yeah. On top of that, you need to set it up so taxation on the income should be a given deduction, not a credit, based on the amount of aid you qualify for. Right. If Bernie Sanders and the rest of the fucking AOC and the rest of the numpties are going to say that this number is the basic minimum livable wage, then taxation shouldn't start until right there. Up until there, you should pay $0 in taxes. And have you ever noticed that Bernie Sanders says a lot of things? And yet he can't give you the next 10 words. Bernie Sanders can't give you the next 10 words. Look, you want to reduce Social Security's age. I don't disagree with you, right? Except if you want to lower the Social Security age of when people can get all of their money, right? How are you going to bridge the gap between people living longer and people that didn't pay in enough? Like, I hope everybody in America understands the amount of money you get from Social Security differs based on the quality of jobs you've had for your entire life. Now, Social Security, in my opinion, is a broken fucking system. I will be the first person to say it's a broken fucking system. Okay? I would rather... Well, let me back up. When I was young, I would have rather had that money in my pocket because I was really good at taking $1 and turning it into $2. The problem is, if I hadn't had amassed what I'd amassed before I became unable to work, I might have been fucked. I know lots of people that are fucked. I know lots of people that are literally living on their Social Security disability and they only get about $1,100 a month. You were pretty good at taking $1 and turning it into 50 cents. Yeah, like 40 quarters is pretty weird to me. I don't know why it doesn't require more, because 10 years of gainful employment is pretty damn short. You can get to that point even without early work permission from your parents. Well, hold on. You need to dig in deeper to that. Because there's a lot. It depends on what you're talking about, when you're talking about. The truth, though, is you might have 40 quarters of work, but they don't take your 40 highest quarters of contribution. They take your total contributions. So if you have a bullshit Joe job, you work there for 10 years, and then you're going to live off your Social Security, you're going to be getting a couple $100 a month. That's the piece people don't get. You can get as much as $5,400 a month in Social Security, but you had to have been making what, $154,000 a year every year for a lot of years to get that. Our Social Security system is fucking broken because 40 qualifying quarters, and they increase the more quarters you have. Right, but the 40 quarters is just to determine eligibility. The eligibility is whether or not you can collect Social Security. But if you only worked 40 quarters, the check you get is going to be small. What people don't realize is you hear all these financial investors saying, well, it would be better if I was allowed to not pay Social Security and I was allowed to invest my money. Well, the truth of the matter is, if you have the ability to turn money into money, why the fuck are you worried about Social Security? Social Security is there in case life, in case life kicks you in the balls. So, like, for example, if you took the full retirement, let's say you had a job, you earned $30,000 a year for 10 years and you never worked again, right? 25 years of no earnings reduce your averaged index monthly earnings, because what they do is they take 10 years for, let me put this up here. So they take 10 years, 40 quarters. This is the yes or no. Yes, are you eligible? No, you are not. But they take your averaged indexed monthly earnings. I always forget this acronym, which is your highest 35 years. So if you have 10 years at 30,000 and 25 years of zero, right? You're going to make approximately $500 a month. But if you had worked 35 years, right? then you'd be making substantially more. Let me see if I can get the 35-year number. So then the 35-year number would be 1481 versus 500. That's a huge difference. Now, I saw somebody say 90% of people would not be able to handle said money. You're right. And that's what people don't get. People don't understand that just because some people can take $1 and turn it into 500 doesn't mean everybody can do that. And it doesn't even mean the system allows for everybody to do that. Remember, people are in this idea, people are in this thought process that there's enough wealth for everyone. There's not. And that's where I look at the wealth table and I say the richest 10% of the country is making some really, really foolish decisions because they could live lavish lifestyles with a lot less wealth. Right? And then there's enough wealth for everyone to eat. There's not enough wealth for everyone to be satisfied. I think there's enough wealth for everybody to have all of their basic needs met and not want more. But the richest 10% of America is making a giant mistake. So what they're doing is the richest 10% of America down here. The richest 10% is expecting the bottom 90%. That's not the population chart. Where's the one with the population chart? Oh, there it is. Like, wait a minute. That ain't the right chart. There we go. So, the richest 10% of America, right, has all this wealth. The richest 10% has all that. Where the richest 10% would be smart is if they move this line up to about here. If they allowed the bottom 90% to amass about another 18% of the wealth, then you would have 50% of the people living on 50% of the wealth. I'm sorry, you'd have 90% of the people living on 50% of the wealth and 10% of the people living on 50% of the wealth. And we would probably be okay with that. We would probably be satisfied. But then you've got people that they're setting up the French Revolution. You're right. Let them eat Little Debbie's. You're right. When you have people that are fucking dumb in charge and they say dumb shit, they attract dumb followers. That much sudden expansion would stifle a lot of complaints for a long time. No, that much sudden expansion would stifle complaints for 2 generations. If all of a sudden people had housing and people had cars and people had jobs and people had opportunities, if schools weren't falling down, because remember, the more wealth you give people, the more wealth you give the bottom, the more you take right back in property tax, sales tax, income tax. You get it. The system gets it all right back. But when the system has money, it can fix things. People would be caught up in fixing things. It's like I had an argument with my language model. And the argument I had with my language model, the smart people would have grandkids who are rich as fuck. The dumb people would have grandkids on the street again. Fuck grandkids. They'd have kids on the street again. The problem with money is some people know how to use it. Most people know how to abuse it. It was like I was 20 living in my second house. People want to talk about life is so hard. Now, I will say right now, life is difficult as shit right now because I got about 20 days to put my daughter in a house or an apartment, or she's going to be sleeping on my couch. Nobody, I can't get any landlords to call me back. I know they have 8 vacancies. I literally left them a message that's like, hey, I have the money, first, last security. Let's do this. I have first, last security, put my daughter in an apartment. I'll be the guarantor. Let's do this. They haven't even called me back. People that are poor, life is always very hard no matter what situation you're in. There's simply a lot more tools when you have wealth to mitigate and disassociate with that difficulty. No, I'm sorry. That's a bullshit statement. My life ain't hard. The basic needs, that part, that's not hard. Never has been hard. It's hard with the inconvenience parts, but those are inconveniences. I'm not worried about where my next meal is coming from. I'm not worried about where next month's meal is coming from. I'm not even worried about where next year's meal is coming from. Because I said a long time ago in a land far away, after I was poor the second time, after having a taste of the good life, and then disaster striking and bills piling up, I said, fuck this, I'm never going to be poor again. The hardest part of life is dealing with other fucking people. Right. The hardest part of life is dealing with other people. Other people create your inconveniences. But at the end of the day, people have lost perspective. The perspective people have lost is sorry. The perspective people have lost is, do you have enough food? Do you have enough shelter? Do you have enough clothing? Why do I think the landlords aren't taking my money? I think it's because these landlords are too many. I think this particular company has bought up too much property, and now they're in the crisis mode of trying to manage by sprinkler system. And they don't know how to get around that. Also, I think I've been to a couple of places with my daughter to look at them, and one landlord was asking like $750 a month for an apartment in a building that I think should have been condemned. And they're creating such a strain on the market. Like, you've got everybody needs shelter, but you have landlords that, because people are desperate. See, that's where the big rub in society is. People are desperate and they can't meet their basic needs. And this is where I bring this up all the time to people. People can live if their struggles are here. If your struggles are there, you can live and deal with that. But if your struggles are here and here, you just become desperate and you don't give a shit anymore. You don't have food, you don't have shelter, you don't have clothing, you don't have employment. Then life becomes, I'm just going to give up. People are just going to give up. And right now, bottom, your sugars are 2 and 4. My struggles are none of those. I'm really fortunate. I don't struggle with any of that. And I try to tell people. I saw Grumpy Old Man chime in. The perspective people have is lost, is that you don't need an iPhone, a PlayStation, and a 65-inch television. And you're absolutely right. That's where we're losing the narrative. You'd like your 4 to be better? Yeah. I mean, that's what people, they don't get the how shall we say, you need to be able to get up in the morning and feel like you can make positive progress. It's the same logic, and you'll notice I say the same thing when I do the video game show, and I say, you need to be able to log into your video game and make positive progress. And if you can't make positive progress in your video game, then you're not going to want to play that game, because you're not going to get the dopamine, the serotonin, the oxytocin feedback. You're going to be struggling with, cortisol. You're going to be struggling with, brain chemicals. It's like, I say this, you need to have a support network of people. If you struggle with depression, you need to have a support network of people that are willing to text you back when you text them. Because when you're feeling sad, you're feeling depressed, you're being overwhelmed by cortisol, you're going to pick up your magic talkie box and you're going to start texting people. You consciously are searching for connection. Your brain is searching for permission to press the buttons to release serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin so you feel good. Your brain is trying to combat cortisol and a couple of other brain chemicals. It would be great if you could just say to your brain, hey, stop with the cortisol production, would you? But if you're worried about being hungry, and you're worried about paying the rent, and you're worried about being evicted, and you're worried about the car broke down, and you're worried about all these other basic needs, that cortisol conversation with your brain is happening, but you don't have any time to try to take conscious steps to help. But then people will pick up their $1,300 iPhone and they'll say, I'm so poor. What? You have $200 Timbs on, you're carrying an iPhone, your outfit is your outfit is $200 or $300. Well, I like to feel good about myself. That's funny, because when I was poor, I liked the feeling of a sandwich. People don't Oh yeah, this is a the poorest 20% of Americans are richer on average than most European nations. Yep. But, and I haven't read this particular, oh, this is a dated article. This is really dated. I probably have read some of what they're quoting in this. The problem is wealth, and I did this the other day on the show when the person was talking about it. So, comparative wealth is always a bad thing to do. So, in the hierarchy of America, I'm down here. But when I compare over to Europe, I would be up here. But I'm not in Europe. So I only have the buying power where I'm at. Yeah. In those European nations, it's cheaper to live. With the rising price of groceries and the cost of living, have they increased the amount of aid given? No. But did the poorest 20% in the US live better lives? No. In those European nations, it's cheaper to live. Right. But you missed the entire point. It doesn't matter how cheap it is to live. When you take the 20% of the poorest people in America and compare them to the wealth in the nation, people do this study all the time, but it's a dumb study. Because you can do the same study in America. You don't have to compare American to you can compare Americans to Americans. I've told people, you can live in the small town I'm from, not from, but that I reside in, for less than $20,000 a year. You can live here for less than $20,000 a year. And you can do that. About 6% of Americans make around $8,000 a year. Factoid, I need to know what the value is. Some Americans only make $8,000 a year because they're on Social Security disability, and that's all they can make. Again, pocket factoids are great, but number one, I need to see the source. Number two, and so what? That person could be making $30,000 a year from the government, and they're only allowed to make about $8,000 a year before they start jeopardizing their disability. So, some people make $8,000 a year working 1 day a week. Some people also make $8,000 a year. For example, they make $8,000 a year because they have a job, and they want to draw for earned income. So they have a Saturday job where they specifically get money on paper so that they don't reflect against not earning anything. There's a lot of reasons for somebody to only reflect like $8,000 to $10,000 a year in actual income. I would need to know and that's why I say, so what? When I had all my own businesses, I had a part-time job working for somebody else. That's because I was living off what is known as owner's draws, not paying myself. Well, an owner's draw isn't classified as earned income. I also wanted to make sure that I was paying in a little bit into Social Security. So I had a once a week part-time job so that I could make enough money to pay into Social Security and make enough to contribute to my IRA. That way all the quarters, right? Because I think at the time it was about $1,200 per quarter you needed to have a good quarter. Well, my businesses weren't structured to pay me. My businesses paid for all my expenses in life. again, that's not a earned income draw. Like, I have a company car. Well, why do I have a company car? Because I need to be able to drive from business to business to business to business to the restaurant wholesaler to the alcohol shop to be able to go a bunch of places. That's why I had a company car. I didn't drive anywhere else. I was entitled to use the car by corporate structure for X amount of personal errands during the workday, before the workday, and after the workday. But I couldn't take my company car on a date. Like I couldn't do that, because then that's compensation in lieu of, and you have to report that on your taxes. But I'm going home from work. I stop. I stop at the grocery store. I get the benefits of the car because I'm traversing back home. Technically, you will have zero earned income next year and all the following years. That's what I have. That's the problem I run into. I have zero earned income every year because I'm living on my pension. So I can't put any more money into my Roth IRA. So I can't avoid future tax liabilities anymore. So we need to know, like, 6% of Americans making $8,000 a year is great, but those are factoids. Those are golly gee whiz. And, okay. And somebody else said, does that include all the workers, including teens? I've had to down my groceries. What do they have to do? Give up a whole meal or something? Yes. This is why people who are lauding Donald Trump need to watch episode 1 of The Newsroom with Jeff Daniels. We need to start waging a war on poverty. And we need to stop waging a war on poor people. Right now, we need to simultaneously care for and kick the shit out of all the people who aren't taking care of themselves. And I know it sounds mean, and I know it sounds harsh, but there are third generation people on welfare. There are people that have never had a job, and they go on welfare at 18, and it uses their parents' welfare benefit to determine their welfare numbers. We need to get away from that. I don't think you get public support for it without first removing a majority of the illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants don't get benefits. What do illegal immigrants have to do with benefits? It's the perception. I don't write policy based on the perception of illiterate, dumb motherfuckers who can't read at their grade level. I know that makes me sound like an asshole, and that's fine. This is the reality of the situation. 54% of Americans read at the 6th grade level. 20% of Americans read at the 3rd grade level. It's the reality of politics in the US? No, it's not. The reality of politics in the United States is this. A majority of the people who are bitching, whining, and complaining about the situation as it is today didn't fucking vote in the last election. And I know that because about 40% of the country didn't vote in the last election. So when you have a country that's so disinterested, do I think there's a positive way to help these people? Yes, I do. But the problem is 54% of the country can't read the fucking Constitution, because the Constitution is written at the 11th grade level. And I also want to say this. I'm not saying 46% of people read at this level. I'm saying 54% of people stop there. 20% of people stop there. Public support doesn't matter. Public support does not matter in American politics. Public support doesn't mean shit in American politics. It means nothing. It means less than nothing. If you've never watched the Jennifer Lawrence video, I don't particularly care for her acting ability, but she did a really good PSA. 100% of the American people could be in favor of something, or 0% of the American people can be in favor of something, and the likelihood of either of those two things happening is still 30%. Because politicians do what politicians do. That's the way our government is designed. We do not live in a democracy. We live in a democratic constitutional republic. Do you think 51% of Americans right now are in favor of a government shutdown? No. Do you think 51% of Americans are in favor of sending troops into Chicago? Well, interestingly enough, 70% of the people up in Chicago on a poll, not all of them, are in favor of the National Guard being there. People are saying that Donald Trump is violating the law for sending the troops into an area, and the only reason why they know that they say he's violating the law, no, 60% of the country voted. % of the eligible voters voted. Public perception doesn't mean anything in American politics. It never has. For example, Bernie Sanders, AOC, what the fuck, the other one? Elizabeth Warren. I have to disagree. Public support is not relevant in American politics. It may not be everything. Public support is not relevant in American politics. Show me anything. Okay? Show me anything that shows public support is relevant in American politics. Case in point, Kamala Harris raised $1 billion in campaign financing the moment Joe Biden stepped out of the race. Did Trump not get elected with public support? No, he did not. He did not. He got elected through the Electoral College. Public support doesn't matter. See, notice how you've shifted. Look at what you've just done. Look, man, it's real simple. If you lose one argument, just be like, yeah, you're right, I lost, and move on. You've moved the goalpost from here to here. First, you said, in order to kick everybody off of welfare, you'd have to get rid of illegal immigrants because of public support. Then I tell you public support has absolutely nothing to do with policymaking in America. And now you moved it to elections. You don't get elected with public support, you get elected with electoral support. If you're polling at 76% and everybody loves you, and then on election day, you only get a plurality of the votes, you don't even get a majority of the votes. I want to remind people, Donald Trump did not get a majority of the votes cast for him. He got a plurality of the votes. He didn't have 50.1% of public support. More people didn't want Donald Trump to be president, and they voted that way. But that's not how our system works. So your entire argument that you need public support to do anything gets defeated by the fact that no, Donald Trump did not get elected with public support. More people voted for Harris or other candidates than voted for Trump. But the Electoral College, first of all, completely disregards votes for every other candidate. So Donald Trump may have gotten more votes than Harris got, both electorally to win the election and public votes. But when you add up all the other votes cast, he didn't have 50.1%. So, no, he didn't have public support. Which is why we need to get past these ideas, right? Wait, to get elected as a senator, I suppose? No, not even as a senator. Remember, there are people who only vote for the president, and then they vote the president's party all the way down the ticket. He did have public support. No, he did not have public support. How the fuck different can I say this to you? He did not win a majority. He did not have a majority of the votes cast. He had a plurality of them, not a majority of them. So he did not have public support. More people voted for candidates other than Donald Trump than voted for Donald Trump. Yes, public support means 50.1% or more. He did not have that. So why are you dialing into this idea he had public support? He did not. He won versus Harris in terms of votes, but the other votes add up to more than what he got. Yes. Well, not more than what he got. He did not get 50.1% of all votes cast for president, which is what he would need for people to say he has the public support. He doesn't have the public support, but our elections aren't designed at the presidential level. You do not need to have public support. Right. He had more votes than Harris. He did not have more votes than half. Correct. So when people are caught up on words, then they need to get down with actual words. They need to understand. If you have the public's support, 50 or more percent. In fact, I would even go so further. I'm looking it up now. What we need to focus on is public support at its minimum number is 50.1%. But if you really want to talk about public support, you would need like 70 or 80% to say this has public support. It's also, we got to make sure we're talking about numbers. 73.6%. And this is how sad the country is, right? I can't find public support. I don't give a fuck what you can find, man. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't give a fuck what you can find. If you can't find it, then you've been running around with a fucking definition you made up. So go find me the definition you've been using for all the statements you've said he had public support. I don't have to disprove every single opinion you have, but you should at least be able to come to me and say, the reason I said he had public support is this source says public support is this. So that way I can go and look at what the fuck you're looking at. If you believe that the public support is anything less than half or more than half of the public, then you didn't fucking study this shit in school. And I'm sorry, you need to go get an academic level education. The fuck, man? I'm not teaching poli-sci like 80 here. I'm not teaching common sense. What the fuck is the word? Public support. How do you know if something is supported? 50.1% or more of people vote for it, but he only had 30%. Well, then we can infer if only 30% of people support something, 70% of people don't support it. Public support doesn't mean I have members of the public who support it. It means I have a majority of people. And as I've said, the minimum number would be 50.1. What the fuck other logic are you gonna use? Come on, man, plug the fucking brain in. You can't find it as defined as 50%. So what, are you honestly saying that 30% of people support something, so it's public support? Then the immediate instant argument to that is, well, 60% of people don't support it. Like, fuck, man. Like, I'm serious here. You're part of the fucking problem in society. The predominant... Okay, stop. I'm going to show you. What the fuck word did you just use? What the fuck word did you just use? Merriam-Webster defines public opinion. That's not fucking public support. First of all, you looked up the wrong fucking word, asshole, and you're arguing with me. You're trying to beat me with Google searches. Am I doing Google searches to look up words? Second of all, first of all, you looked up the wrong fucking word because you said public support, not public opinion. Second of all, what does predominant mean? A statistical majority, which is 50.1%. Now, you can do one of two things here. You can realize you're wrong, you doubled down on wrong, you looked up the wrong fucking word in the dictionary, you're almost there, but you don't know the definition of the word predominant. Which I don't blame you for. Because 50% of Americans, if you're American, read at a 6th grade level, and the word predominant is higher than a 6th grade level word. But for fuck's sake, man, do not copy and paste something if you don't know all the words in the fucking definition. The way you get smarter is you look up public opinion, and it's the predominant attitude of a community. And then you say, well, shit, I don't know what the word predominant means. So I go look up the word predominant. Oh, shit. If it has words you don't know, you look up those words. You can't look up one thing, post it as your proof, and literally post it and prove my point. You literally proved my point for me. While I'm busy trying to prove something else, you proved my point for me. Predominant. Having superior strength, influence, or authority. Prevailing. Being the most frequent or common. Now, what if we take most frequent? Well, then we can have a nuanced discussion. We can deal in semantics, which I was doing by saying you could have the plurality. That doesn't mean you have the majority. It's the most frequent. But you looked up public opinion. Look up public support. And then, by the way, looking up words in an online dictionary leads you to not the answer. It leads you to the start of the quest. If you want to know what public opinion is, you want to know what public support is, you're going to have to do more than the fucking dictionary. You start at the dictionary. And then you say, okay, how is this applied? Where is it applied? How is it applied in politics? How is it aligned? How is it applied in current politics? How is it aligned in modern politics? How is it aligned in American political thought? How is it aligned necessarily in European thought? Because in America, we have two prominent parties. In Europe, they have multiple prominent parties. We have the Democrats and the Republicans are the prominent parties. We have the Green Party, the Tea Party, the Libertarian Party. We have the Anarchist Party. Yes, they're a real, but they don't rise to prominent. They get support. They don't get public support. They get support from the public. You go over to Europe. It's fucking help me out here, because you guys have weird parties. You have the Conservative Party, the Liberal Party. I think you guys have a fucking Labor Party running around. And again, country by country, I'm going 50,000 foot view here. My country doesn't have a Labor Party. Yeah, you have Social Democrats. You have the Communist Party, which isn't really even the Communist Party. Labor Party. I think you guys have the Green Party. One of those countries over there. Yeah, the Green Party. See, I know my fucking European politics. Nobody asked about Canada. Nobody gives a shit what our hat does. I'm just kidding. I knew you guys had multiple parties. You had 3. Just go commit war crimes. It's hockey season anyway. This is the problem. You can't have conversations about what's wrong with fucking America when people want to say, I don't know the definitions of words. and you're looking them up in a dictionary. For fuck's sake, look this shit up. Study it. Go all the way down the rabbit hole. But when you say American politics is driven by public support, show me an example where American politics is driven by public support. The Republicans this summer voted to cancel insurance policies for 15 million Americans. What fucking public support was there to take 15 million people off of healthcare? But the big beautiful bill passed. The big beautiful bill passed in contrast to having very minimal public support. Americans just wanted a fucking budget. We got another CRA. Now, back to the point I was making. 73.6% of voting age people were registered. This right here is an abysmal fucking statistic. You want to know what's wrong with America? This is the first fucking problem in America. No, we don't have a CRA yet. The government is still shut down. And Mike Johnson refuses to bring the House back, which means the Senate has exactly one and only one thing they can do. The Senate can approve what the House sent. If they don't approve that, Mike Johnson is the only person who can reconvene the House of Representatives. Because if you remember, in order to avoid having to do some other business, every day of the congressional session was one day. Now, in America, 65.3% voted. This is another fucking abysmal figure. Now, there were 156,302,318 votes cast for president. Trump got 49.8% of them. Harris got 48.3% of them. And other candidates got 2.6. So when somebody tries to make the argument that Donald Trump won the last election, the answer is yes, he did. He won it by electoral vote. He won it by popular vote. But he did not get a majority of the vote. He got a plurality of the vote. Of all the votes cast, he got the most. Of all the votes cast, he got the most. Yeah, there's it accounts for the missing people. It accounts for ballots that could not be counted but were received. In fact, these particular numbers add up to 100.7%. Sometimes the numbers go one way, sometimes they go another. Votes that were cast but there was no presidential vote, votes that were cast and they voted for two different people, you can fuck this up. But right here, Donald Trump does not have the public support of America. He didn't have it in the election. That in no way, state, shape, or form says he didn't win the election. No one's disputing he won the election. No one's disputing he's the legitimate president. He's a president that was elected by a flawed system. He's the president of a system that you do not need to have the majority of votes. You have to have the majority of the electoral votes. And not only do you have to have the majority of electoral votes, you very specific have to have 270 votes. Because there is a way for the election to go down 268 to 269. That's possible. You need to have 270. But when people say, well, Donald Trump was elected through the public support, okay? No. Some members of the public supported him. More did not. He didn't have the predominant number of votes. Saying it that way means how many presidents were elected with a flawed system? Off the top of my head, all of them. how many presidential elections did the person who got more votes, more actual votes, end up not the president? Hillary Clinton, I believe, had more votes than Donald Trump did. If memory serves me correctly, Hillary Clinton had more popular votes than, I'm getting those numbers right now. She had the popular vote, but there's a reason why we didn't want it done that way. Come on. Thank you. So these were Hillary Clinton got 65 million votes. Donald Trump got 63 million votes. Well, we'll call it 66 and 63. But Clinton didn't get enough votes in the states to get the majority to get the electoral votes. So you want the president at 51% of the combined total votes to be elected? It doesn't seem like that would change much. No, I don't want that, Astro. The point was somebody said that popular opinion, public opinion, means anything in American politics, and it does not. It popular opinion, public opinion doesn't mean shit. Our presidents aren't elected with it. Congress doesn't listen to the American people. Public support means absolutely nothing in American politics. It means nothing. Do you think that we should be able to vote for people who get presidential candidates? Yes, we do. They're called primaries. I think that so much that we already do that. They are called the party primaries. And yeah, we do. We have party primaries. Remember when Donald Trump was running against Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramsaway and a couple other people? And then the Republicans vote on who they want their candidate to be. And Joe Biden didn't really have to do primaries because he was the incumbent president. And you generally don't run against the incumbent president because incumbent presidents, when you do the math, there's like these 9 factors and you add them all up. And being the incumbent president gives you an advantage. Well, not when the Dems selected Biden instead of primaries. Well, they had primaries. No, the people do, Magnus. As a registered Democrat, you go and vote for the Democrat presidential candidate, not some unknown body of people. You, if you're a registered Democrat. If you're a registered Republican, you go vote for the Republican presidential candidate in your state's primary. It's not some unknown group of people that do it. The voters do it. Yeah, you got to be registered to vote, and every state is different. Some states you have to be a registered member of the party. So during the primary is not on the same day for both parties. I'm sorry. The primary is not on the same day for all states. The primaries are all throughout the spring. No, the primary candidates are not chosen by the party. Where did you get the idea that the primary candidates are chosen by the party? Are the parties required to do a primary? Yes. Every state has their own rules. Every state has their own guidelines. But yes, they all have. That's why we have Super Tuesday. All these states combined do their primary on the same day. The states all do it. But no, the primary candidates aren't chosen by the party. So the selection is just meh. Right. Because who the fuck wants to get involved in American politics? Right now in the Republican Party, you get involved in politics and you have to deal with the Cheeto poof. That system seems really flawed to me because your vote actually matters more if you register with the opposite party in order to vote in their primaries than the party you support. Good thing most people just don't care to take the time to do that, or things would get a lot worse for everyone. Well, right, but remember, even if you did that, look at RFK Jr. RFK Jr. didn't win in the Democratic primary because he was going against an incumbent sitting president, so he ran as an independent. And for every for every vote he would have drawn away from the Republican Party as an independent, he would have drawn 2 votes away from the Democratic Party. That's why right now, America's never going to have a 3-party system. So you have the Democrats, you have the Republicans, and then you have somebody like RFK Jr. Sure, he might draw away 1 million votes from the Republicans, but he'll draw away 2 million votes from the Democrats. And now you start dealing with, well, where are those votes going to happen? I think the Democrats would have won with RFK in 2024. Not a chance. The Kennedys weren't even supporting Kennedy. Kennedy didn't even get the endorsement of the Kennedy family. They endorsed Biden. I think RFK is a great person for running the USDA. I think Kennedy Jr., he would have taken so many votes from Republicans and Democrats would have fallen in line. No, he wouldn't have. Astro, you're assuming that as the Democratic candidate, he takes votes away from the Republicans. He only takes votes away, again, to show you this. You have Republican, you have Democrat, you have independent. As an independent, he draws votes from both sides. As a Democrat, he pulls a lot less votes out of the party because Republicans are more likely, rather than Democrats, to vote straight ticket. And we've got some change in that in the last 2 elections. He wouldn't have taken a lot of votes from the Republicans as a Democrat. And the Democrats wouldn't have fallen in line. If the Democrats were going to fall in line, they would have run Kennedy instead of Harris. Harris was polling worse than Kennedy. And yet the party still thought Harris would have been better. Because what are we still trying to... Actually, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we're going to talk about what are we still trying to do in America. I'll be right back. Yes, we're still waiting to have a female president so we could tick that box. And then I am not saying I condone this position. I'm saying this is the perception. When the Democratic Party ran Barack Obama for president, they lost votes to the Republican Party because there were Democrats that said, I'll be damned if I'm going to vote for a black man. You don't believe me? Go look it up. Then when Obama was president, we've had a white man, a black man. What's the natural order of evolution? I'm sorry to say this, but you have to cut away your personal feelings to look at the way humans are. You had a white man and then a black man. The natural evolution, shut up, and an orange man. The natural evolution of things is white woman, black woman, immigrant man, immigrant woman. That's the order of the flowchart. As an independent, pulling votes from either party means you're playing spoiler. Yes. When you run a candidate that has support from moderates on the opposing party, then him pulling votes from the other side +2. Exactly, it's like how a big chunk of Obama voters ended up voting for Trump in 2016. No, you're getting to the right answer, but you're getting there through the wrong proof. Obama voters voted for Trump in 2016 for the same reason Democrats voted for Trump in 2024. The Democrats aren't voting for Trump. No, there's not. Astro, I'm telling you, the numbers don't support your position. The polling data doesn't support your position. Democrats voted for Harris. I'm sorry. Democrats voted for Trump because they were pissed off that their primary, their vote in the primary meant nothing. But they still voted Democrat ticket the rest of the way. You didn't lose them as Democrats. You didn't lose them as Democratic voters. Now, some of them you did. Kennedy only pulls people out of the Republican Party if he's an independent. If he's the Democratic candidate, he doesn't pull people out of the Republican Party. He just doesn't. Because they're not going to vote for the enemy. The enemy, quote, the enemy. They're willing to vote for him as a third solution. They're willing to break, the Republican voters that would vote for Kennedy are willing to vote against party line for president for a good third solution. They're not willing to do it for the other major party. People will leave the Democratic Party for an independent candidate on what you're talking about. Remember, there's a lot of Democrats who vote Democrat and they're single issue voters. They are college loan forgiveness voters. If again, when you look at the chart where I say, like, where do you vote when you're this? Well, that's the wrong color. Where do you vote when you're this, and this? This is your number one issue. This is your number two issue, but this and this. What party do you vote for when number one is you want legal abortion, number two, you want LGBT rights, but everything else you're a conservative with? Well, you vote with the Democrats. You vote with the Democrats because those are your number one and number two issues. But the moment these 1 and 2 issues are done, you go right back to the Republican Party. Some voters vote their main issue. There's polling data that shows you Democrats voted for Trump and then a Democratic ticket the rest of the way through because they were pissed off about how Harris was named the candidate at the convention without proper voting rounds, where Kennedy, his name might have been floated. The Democratic Party is fucked up because in the last 3 presidential elections, they've run 3 really weak candidates. Joe Biden didn't win the 2020 election because he was great. Joe Biden won the 2020 election because people were disenfranchised with Trump. Trump won the election because people were disenfranchised with Biden. We need to get back. He wasn't Trump in the COVID economy. Right. So now we get a fucking lunatic who's trashing the economy. Getting, like, the other day I said something and I was like, holy shit, man, it's only been 9 months. How is it legal that Harris was selected that way? Well, you see, if you wrap up a piece of law, because Biden and Harris are the ticket, a vote for Biden is a vote for Harris. If Biden had died in office and Harris had become the president, yeah, that's where the argument is. If Biden died, Harris would have become president. If Biden died between the election and being re-inaugurated, we end up with a constitutional dilemma, which is, one of the things that the founding fathers had anticipated, and then we changed the rules. But in theory, you vote for a candidate in the primaries, but then the electors at the convention vote. They weren't calling her Madam President in Congress. They were calling her Madam Vice President because that's her title. Biden didn't bow out as POTUS. Now, some people were calling her Madam President, not on the official record. If you can show me an official record. What happens if he dies after winning the vote but before taking office? Well, that's where we get into a pickle of gray area law. Because if he dies after the November election but before he's inaugurated on January 20th, okay, so if Biden had won the election and died between December 20th and January 6th, Harris would have ascended to the presidency because she's the vice president anyway. Would she become the president? Well, she would if Congress certified the vote. I want to remind everybody that January 6th was as close as we've ever gotten to fuckery. And that's why we need to change the process back to you don't announce a running mate. We need to go. There was a reason why the Constitution was written the way it was. There is a reason why today's show is called Democracies Depend on People Choosing to Act Constitutionally. If you think about it, there should be no issue. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris win the 2024 election. Joe Biden dies on New Year's Eve. If everybody just acts constitutionally, then everybody says, well, that's fine, because she becomes the vice president because she becomes the president because she's currently the vice president. She gets named president because she was on the ticket and the ticket won. And then they start the process of ratifying a vice presidential appointee, because Congress at that point would have to be involved in ratifying the vice presidential nominee. And if everybody would just act constitutionally, we wouldn't have half these problems. But what we do is we get people caught up on being obstructionists. Like, I saw a fucking hilarious joke this morning. If you could add one piece to the game of chess, what piece would you add? But there's a certification step. Right. Again, if they just acted constitutionally, the ticket is Biden-Harris. Biden passes away. Harris becomes president because she's currently the vice president. So you just certify the vote. There would be no reason not to certify the vote. Like, what would people's reason to not certify the vote is? We changed the way people become president and vice president. That's the party. Yeah, I would like them to run one candidate and whoever loses becomes the vice president. You mean the way it used to be? I would like to make the change, though. What I would like to see is the person who gets the first amount of electoral votes becomes the president, the second becomes the speaker, and the third becomes the VP.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alaska.
Oh, on that particular day, you're talking about when Congress is in set, because the vice president is the president of the Senate. So Amateur Tech, when she's there for that particular, okay. So generally the vice president doesn't show up to the Senate for their day-to-day operation, except during most of Biden's term. During part of Biden's term, they were split 50-50. They were split 50-50, so she cast a number of tie-breaking votes because she is the president of the Senate. The vice president is the president of the Senate. On that particular day, because it's the inauguration, they try to act formal, and she's there doing her formal job. Haven't people exploited the letter of the Constitution through the use of modern English as well? Shit, man, people have exploited the Constitution through a fucking comma. Because, again, and it hurts my soul to say this, the Constitution is written at the 11th grade level, 11th grade American level. The fucking Federalist Papers are written at grad school level. So, to understand the Federalist Papers, you need to have a background in law, history, and not just one of them. Law, history, politics. Like, give me 1 second. Moved one of my fucking books. Gotta find this book for the plane. I don't know where the fuck I put it. I'm gonna have to tear up my house looking for a book. You have to have well, you imagine the third party in America getting the tiebreaker vote in the Senate. They would only have the tiebreaker vote in the Senate if the Senate was 50-50. The only time the vice president can vote in the Senate is if it's a 50-50 tie or a 49-49, whatever they can't push the vote to tie. It has to be a dead even vote. What I'm hearing is Supreme Court justices aren't being vetted by the Senate for actual qualifications like law, history. They can't be. They can't be vetted for that. What's the qualification that they have to have? They have to be alive. Unfortunately, there are no There are no requirements to be a Supreme Court justice. They have to be alive. Just so you're aware, you don't even have to be a U.S. citizen to be appointed to the Supreme Court. Not a requirement. It's not in the Constitution. But in order, somewhere running around here, I have the companion piece to this. Classical social theory or classic social construct theory. Most people, when I say this, I'm not trying to be a douchebag, but it's just the sad truth. People say life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But that's not what Hobbes, Rousseau, and Locke wrote. They wrote life, liberty, and property. Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, they made changes to what they wanted people to have rights to. Remember, what I say is this, today's show title. A lot of people are upset about the due process violations. But then when I ask them to articulate what due process violations, they're not able to articulate them. Well, if you can't articulate what due process violations are happening to people, then honestly, shut the fuck up. Because it means you shouldn't be involved in the conversation. When people said nobody should be required to carry their ID, great, then why aren't you advocating for Congress to change the immigration law that specifically states any alien above the age of 18 must at any and all times carry with them a copy of all alien paperwork they have been given? And then why can't Americans get it through their thick skull that in other countries you have to keep a copy of your travel documents with you? Because they don't give a shit about your state of Texas ID. When you're traveling in Europe and you get arrested, they don't give a fuck about your driver's license. They want a copy of your passport and the visa if you're required to have one. You don't need a visa to go to every country. They don't give a shit. They want the fucking document that you're supposed to be carrying. It's a passport. It is a document that allows you to travel through their country. Now, do I carry my physical passport with me? No. Do I carry a photocopy of it with me? Yes. They're so lenient on Americans in Europe, it's crazy. They're really not. Where do you get the idea that they're lenient on Americans in Europe? The last real big case was Amanda Knox, and they demanded her back. And we said no because our Constitution, she's currently in America, and our Constitution doesn't allow for double jeopardy. What appears to be lenient on Americans is because they don't want to deal with fucking America getting uppity about, they don't want to deal with Mama Bird America getting uppity that one of the chicks got spanked. But they're not lenient on Americans. I've seen Americans go to jail in Europe. I've seen American military members. I've seen cases where American military members were told, or the American military was told, our status of forces agreement allows us to detain this individual, so we're gonna detain this individual. A lot of times, it's not, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. What they'll do is it appears to be leniency, but then you are permanently barred from ever returning to that country. Like, if part of the thing that you get is getting kicked out, you literally can never return. Not in 5 years, not in 10 years, like fuck off years. Lenient on the day-to-day by checking my uncle and cousin with Albanian passports were being held up at the border and cruised when they were vacationing, where those of us with American passports, they barely checked. Let me stop you right there. They're not being lenient on you. They already know who you are when you got there. You've already been through customs when you went in. They already know you're not a criminal asshole. You've already been through customs. We're exactly like you've already cleared customs to enter Europe. Yeah, you've already been like, so when you flew from America, the Albanians had been through customs as well because they were vacationing across this. No, they haven't. What are you talking about? You're going to need to give me some more details because what country were you in? Because they don't go through customs to go everywhere. So I'm going to need some more details. Oh, on an Albanian passport. Yeah. Well, on an Albanian passport, they don't have free right of travel through the EU. But you've already been through. You arrived in Europe and you've been through customs. And Europe knows that if you are going through customs, you're probably not a shitbird. I mean, by the time an American arrives in Europe, you've been through 2 security checks. You've been through RTSA, and you've been through immigration control of the gaining country. And if you're not supposed to enter the country, you get stopped right there. Now, the Albanians, on the other hand, they're going through it the same as you. But it's not like they're being lenient on you. You've been through all the required protocols. As far as why they're harder on, you said my uncle and my cousin with Albanian passports were being held up at the border because they were being vetted as they came through. You'd already gone through that process when you arrived in Europe. We took a flight from Albania to a different country. There was a small delay at the airport, big delay at the cruise entrance, and there was a problem with police in Greece stopping them to check all their documents and then letting go because we vouched that they were with us. Right. I want you to stop there. They're not being lenient on Americans. They hate Albanians. Yeah, if they were going through several countries over a short time, that's probably why. That's going to pop to customs because that's smuggler behavior. Yeah, that's Balkan politics. That's part of the problem because, first of all, if you could go back in time, I never would have recommended that you go from America to Albania and then to a different country where a cruise is in. Because when you're leaving Albania, you're going to be vetted just the same. That's not them being lenient on Americans. That's them hating Albanians. So many things going on. Woman found dead next to a phone. Recording an active video feed leads to the arrest of the shooter who ended her life. Nice. How would you suggest teaching someone to turn their anger into legal reform? It would be great to see some constructive, but I don't know enough to educate anyone. Okay, so that's a great question. I love this question. First of all, you have to decide what's your end game. Like, what is your end game? What is your acceptable amount of commitment to this cause? It can be as simple as starting at your local level and going to your town hall. But as again, earlier today, somebody came, somebody today came in and started using words and making a bullshit argument. Well, I'm not going to tolerate a bullshit argument. I'm sure that they left thinking I'm an asshole. That's fine. Think I'm an asshole. But wrong is wrong. First of all, you have to decide, what's my end game? You go to your city hall. Don't go there to talk. Go there to listen. Pick one issue. What is your one issue? Then go and then study that issue. And then study that issue ad nauseum until you're a higher level subject expert on that than other people. And then look for the right moment, because you're not going to win every fight. You have to fight the fights that you can win. Or you can fight the fights that are worth fighting, but that depends on what your end game is. If you want to change one thing, then you don't give a shit about political currency. Every hand you're going to do, you're going to go all in. If you're a one issue person, everything is I'm all in. I'm all in. I'm all in on. But if you're going to try to change many things, well, sometimes you got to realize you're not going to change everything. What's my priority? What's my number one? What's my number two? What's my number three? And I say that because here's my political platform. Here's my political list. And honestly, right, for me, this is the issue that has to change. This is my number 2 issue. This is my number 3 issue. Now, some people, gun rights are their number 1 issue. When you talk to them, their gun rights are their number 1 issue because they had a family member killed in gun violence. Let me just say, if I need to convince a person whose number 1 issue is gun violence, and they have a family member who was the victim of gun violence, I am never, ever going to convince them. There is no amount, there is absolutely no amount of convincing I'm going to ever get that person to move on gun violence. So, number 1, I don't waste my time. Number 2, I make sure that I find out how they feel about my 3 issues. And then number 3, how do I feel about gun violence? How does my constituency feel about gun violence? Yeah. Getting to the realistic, count that person as an opposite vote on the issue and move on. I'm never, ever, you are never, ever going to change my mind about DUIs. Somebody that I love, very important to me, was killed by a drunk driver. You are never going to change my mind about DUIs. I think after your first DUI, 52 weeks substance abuse intervention, and you have to have an engine lock breathalyzer in your car installed. Second DUI offense, that's it. You are never giving a driver's license again, because I'm willing to accept that everybody makes one fuck up in life. It's still a crime, but I'm willing to admit that everybody makes one fuck up. We suspend your license. You have to go 1 year without your license, and however long it takes you then after a year fucking about with this course. Once you've completed the course, you can go back to the courts. You can get a driver's license. If you ever get another DUI again, fuck it. Driving is a privilege, not a right. Fuck you. If you come to me and they're like, well, we're thinking about, no, fuck off. Meetings with me about DUIs will be real short. This is my opinion. This is my only opinion. I'm never going to change my opinion. Well, what about the inconvenience people have by not having their driver's license? What about the inconvenience of people being dead because of drunk drivers? If I say that back to you and you open your fucking dick sucker to say anything else to me, I know what kind of person you are. Well, what about the inconvenience people have? What about the inconvenience the dead person has? Now, somebody could say, well, can't they use that argument against you about gun control? I would love to. If you want to change gun control, then get ready for an uphill wearing ice skates battle, because you got to change the Constitution. I want to change gun control. I want to change gun control real simple. And just so that we never have to fuck about, what's my opinion? Keep guns out of hands of people who shouldn't have them. Well, what are the next 10 words? I want to go back to the Militia Act of 1792. I want to go back to the Militia Act of 1792. If you want to own a gun, you have to be on the muster roll for your local militia, which means we know what guns you have. Well, that's unconstitutional. No, it's not. It's fucking black and white in the Constitution. A well-regulated militia. I just want to get back to the well-regulated part. Humans are too tribal to get them all working together. Yes, you are 100% correct. That is why you need to read fucking John Locke. You need to read The State of Nature. Humans are tribal by nature. You have to know that. You have to accept that. People are tribal by nature. It's why I tell Carlos Mencia's joke. It's so people can grasp the idea. Jay, are you conservative or liberal? Depends on the issue. What's the issue? Well, why does it matter? Because I don't like looking like an idiot and being wrong half the time. Are we talking about, and guys, this is just a joke. Are we talking about 19-year-olds? Which 19-year-olds are we talking about? 19-year-old girls? Okay, which 19-year-old girls? If we're talking about my daughter, I'm a staunch fucking conservative. I want chaperone dates. I want milkshake shops. I want roller skating rinks. I want ankle-length jeans on. I want wrist-length sweaters on. I want lots of light. I want no dark corners because I'm a staunch conservative. I want my daughter home by 9:30 at night. If we're talking about 19-year-old girls and she's my daughter. If we're talking about 19-year-old girls and they're not my family, then twinkle, twinkle, little star, show me where the strippers are. I want liberal. I want itty-bitty, teeny-tiny bikinis. I want hot chicks walking my drink to me at the beach with a fucking string bikini on and two little tiny pieces of fabric. That's it. Which 19-year-olds are we talking about? Because let's not pretend that's not the reality. Let's not bullshit. Now the sincerity of it, you guys know my rule. After age 28, if you need to know if a person is appropriate for you, after age 28, divide by 2 and add 7. So 28 divided by 2 is 14, add 7. If you're 28, she should be 21. If you're 30, right? She should be 22. Something happens to my wife, I would never re-enter the dating world anyway. But I'm 46, divide by 2, that's 23 plus 7. She's got to be 30. Let's see. If I tell you my party as it currently on my voter ID card, will you make up your mind on who I am and how I feel about every topic without even asking me for my thoughts? It does more harm than good to ask that question. No, but with a study that somebody posted in my Discord, if I find out your opinion on 3 of the big issues, I can, within like 86% probability, figure out how you stand on all the other issues. At this moment, I still believe teaching people to make decisions outside culture, religion is the way. Why? You can't... Okay, let me stop you there. You can't get people to make decisions outside of their culture and their religion. There is zero value in trying to get people to make decisions outside of their culture and religion, because that's exactly what informs their decision. You don't make decisions outside of your culture. What you do, is cultural relativism and ethnocentric and ethnocentrism. You have to look, right? Species level thinking is what I was considering, but people don't do that. What you have to do is, I'll give you the one my daughter struggled with. So my daughter, when she first started cultural anthropology, she said, I'm struggling with the two concepts in cultural anthropology of cultural relativism and ethnocentrism. And I said, okay. She said, my case study is about a tribe that participates in ritual mutilation. I said, okay. I said, so let's put this on the board. So what I tell people all the time is, here's the culture you're looking at. I'll put it over here because I can only draw this cartoon character facing one way. So right? So here's your culture. And you're looking at this culture and you're saying they participate in ritual mutilation. And don't assume I'm saying anything. The only piece of information I'm giving you is ritual mutilation. I'm not telling you what type. So don't jump to step 4 and start making assumptions about the culture because I haven't told you what type yet. Well, you're going to turn around and you're going to say, ritual mutilation and torture. It's important. It's really, really important that you have both. Mutilation and torture. And you're going to start making all these opinions and forming all these ideas about them. But what you're doing is you're looking at them with your eyes. You're saying my culture, my background, my views. Well, you're saying mine are better because we don't do that, right? What you're doing is ethnocentrism is my culture is better. What I tell you is you have to put on a pair of glasses from that culture. You have to take out your eyeballs and put eyeballs in of somebody who would have been raised in that culture and said, why do they do that? Why do they participate in that? And my daughter was still struggling with it. So what I said to her is I said, well, I've mutilated myself. I have tattoos. You have piercings. Your mother has piercings. You've mutilated yourself. And she's like, well, I don't consider that mutilation. But you don't, all you know is a word. They say, and there's torture. I said, you live in a society, you live in a culture that not only has torture in it, you have commercialized torture. And she's like, what are you talking about? I said, we celebrated a movie series called 50 Shades of Grey. We commercialized pain and torture of a sexual nature. We have people that enjoy that. So you can't look at a culture and say, mine is better because I could go to that culture, grab a member of their culture and bring them around with me, and they would look at a strip club and say, oh my God, this is fucking horrific. You objectify your women. And would they be wrong? They wouldn't be. Now they would have to ask, well, are these women forced to do this? If you come from a culture that you're tracked into jobs based on your academic level, is this what happens to the girls who can't read? Or do we specifically take the attractive girls out of school and make them shake their ass on the stage for pennies? Culture isn't something that you can detach from. Culture is something that you need to understand. It's why, for example, I have friends in Oman, and one of them is a higher ranking member of their military, and I know he has daughters. I know they exist. They're in my little intel book on him. I know he has daughters. Did I ever fucking ask him a question about his daughters? No, the fuck I did not. Did I ever ask him a question about his, quote, children? No, the fuck I did not. Did I ask him about his sons? Abso-fucking-lutely I did, because that, appreciate the resubscription. That is a culturally appropriate question. Now, we got to an awkward impasse in our conversations because he knew I had only daughters. But he's not going to ask me about my daughters because what does that indicate? That indicates you're opening a particular door where it would become acceptable for me to ask you about your daughter, and I'm not family. He didn't ask me about my wife. I didn't ask him about his, because that would be an inappropriate question. So to make his life easier, I told him, I have 3 nephews. And why would I do that? Because now, and how is your son? Is he missing you? Is he doing well in school? Yes, very much so. How are your nephews? Now it gives him the counter question. The question was dealing with the Middle East. Until you're in some parts of the Middle East, you never ever ask them about their wife or daughters. It's considered rude. It's considered a faux pas. It's considered an unelegant question. It's considered an ignorant question. So what I did was I created the taboo. I created, like, it's kind of like other countries. You ask them about their wife. You don't ask them about their mistress. You don't use your left hand. Like, for those of you, you don't use your left hand to touch people. Your left hand is your unclean hand. Your right hand is your clean hand. You're fucked out of luck if you're left-handed. You better learn how to use the right one. If you're offered tea, you drink it. Because they're not offering you tea. It used to drive some people nuts that I worked with, because they would say, could you just get on with it? And I'm like, I am getting on with it. I used to tell people, look, you're expecting this to be a 45-minute meeting. Because in the American military, this would be a 45-minute meeting. This meeting is going to be probably 6 hours. Yes, the offer for tea is the old school breaking of bread. I don't particularly like tea. It's not particularly on my list of things I enjoy. But I want to get shit done in this region of the world. And so, a 4 o'clock afternoon meeting isn't going to get done before about 7 o'clock at night, about 6:45. And you're going to be, there's going to be breaks. And you have to know that. And you also have to understand that if there's other things that require their attention, they're going to take care of that. Like, for example, I had to look up the current conversion of time. If you get invited to a 4 o'clock meeting, today, that meeting is going to be over by 6:45. I guarantee you. And you get invited to a 4 o'clock meeting today, that meeting is going to be over by 6:45. Period. And that's it. They're gonna stand up, and that meeting is hard over. You also know that there is going to be a break right around 5:25 to 6:10. And if you're smart, you know why those times specifically today. So from 4 to 5:25 is all bullshit. That's all bullshit time. Prayer. Exactly. They are going to break for prayer. and you are going to be left in a room. And you just need to accept that. Because there is, in talking about the culture, there is not a single damn thing you are going to be talking about in that room that is going to interfere. So prayer today is at 5:46 and at 7:16. And you need to know that because the prayer time changes. They don't have fixed times. They have fixed times, but it's not like tomorrow it might be 5:48. It's when sunset is. It's when sunrise is. It's when twilight is. You're done here. Because after they have fixed intervals. Fixed occasions. After 6:45, that's it for their day. They're going to go, they're going to pray, they're going to eat, they're going to sleep, they're going to get up, they're going to pray, they're going to wash, rinse, repeat. Well, it used to drive people nuts because understanding the culture. I'm perfectly fine drinking tea and bullshitting about camels and talking about the weather and planning for trips that are never going to happen. Like, oh, it would be so great if you were here next spring for whatever. Oh, it'd be so great if you were in America. We could fucking go to a ball game. Like, shit you know they're not going to take you up on. Right? But, to go back to what the point was, you are never, ever, 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 as an outsider, going to change the fact that their decision-making process is going to be based on culture and religion. And at a fundamental level, they know they are never, ever, 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 ever going to change you. The worlds are too different. We need to talk about what's best for everybody. Like, for example, as a species, I'll take it a step higher. Isn't the first step of becoming one global community having a fucking common time? And you realize that time is a completely human-made construct. So there is zero reason why we don't operate on a global time, because the global time already exists. Half of the world already uses UTC as their common clock. Americans can't seem to fathom the idea that, let's see, sunrise was at 7:01 this morning. So sunrise was at 7:01. So it was at 8:01 Eastern time, 9:01 Central time, 10:01 Pacific time. We want the kids to be in school 90 minutes after sunrise. So the kids here would be in school at, we'll call it 8:45. So 7:45. This is wrong. This is 6:01. This is 5:01. So, right? That's 9:45. That's 7:45. That's 6:45. Now, you could set these times to anything. Yeah, gamers already know what time it is around the world. They got to know what time the boys are free. We could change America so that every kid knew what time it was, and then we just offset when things start. Well, if we offset it based on one global time, the kids might be going to school at noon until 8 o'clock at night. And what? They would still be going to school 90 minutes after sunrise, and they would still be home, and it would still be plenty bright. But as humans, we can't even control the idea of time, which is something we made up. Who got it better? The Romans or the Celts when it came to the calendar? The Celts had it better. 13 months, each month corresponding to the moon. 13 months of 28 days is a fuckload more accurate than 12 months of variable days. Why do we have a Roman calendar? Because Rome conquered the world. Why was the US dollar the fucking dollar of money until Donald Trump became president, and now countries are getting off the US dollar? Because if you wanted to do business with America, it's better to use money to use money where of the people you're doing business with. 13 times 28 years in a day plus leap day if you want seasons to be consistent. Right. And like I said, I think we should go back to 13 months of 28 days. And then when every 4 years, when we need to have a leap year, we just have a second Halloween. And if the world keeps going the way it's going, every 4 years, the second Halloween is going to be the purge day. I'm all for getting rid of leap years and changing. Well, you can't get rid of leap years. You can't get rid of leap year. We don't go around the sun in 365 days. We need the leap year because we need to adjust for position. But at the same time, like right now, there's no global warming. Then why the fuck is all the corn still in the ground and it's fucking October? They planted hella late this year and the fucking shit's still in the ground. I've lived here now for 9 years. This is the latest that I've seen corn in the ground. This is the latest I've seen agricultural corn in the ground. Let's just change the planet so we do go around the sun in 365 days. Well, it would be easy to fix the calendar. Every 4 years, you add an extra day. And we call it Halloween Part 2. 13 months, 28 days each month. You align it with the moon. And I'm just joking about Halloween Part 2. There'd be a specific day you'd have to line it up. Because then the first of the month is always the new moon. Right? The 14th is the full moon. It waxes and wanes and everything makes sense. And then we don't have months that don't line up. Deck 12. What? Oh, that's because Augustus and Julius needed their own months. Assholes. But yeah, I agree with the idea that it would be absolutely great. It would be absolutely amazing. If we could change people's views. I think it would be absolutely amazing if people had views instead of making definitive statements about shit they've clearly never researched. Ask questions. Walt Whitman, be curious, not judgmental. If cancel culture was useful, they'd have canceled Augustus and Julius and taken away their extra months. True. Nero doesn't have a month, but he burned Rome down. It's like, hold on, I'll be right back, and then we'll talk about trying to change people's perspective. Okay, so there's this really great game. There's this really great game that we play in officer training school. There's two games actually, and one of them is your one of four factions around a mining town. I can't show any of the examples because they don't make these public, but so I'll talk about them in the broadest sense. Your four factions of a mining town. One's the lumber company, one's the ski resort, one's the town itself, and one's the Department of Forestry, I think. And each of you has an objective. So you've got this map, and it's divided up into squares. And at first it seems like nobody can win. Like the logging company needs to have 6 grids touching, but the logging company owns like this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think they own 8 at the beginning. But their victory condition is they need to have 6 grids touching. So ideally, you have 2 extra grids that you can deal off. Well, the the Department of Forestry only owns 1 grid, but they can't deal theirs off unless they get twice as much value in return. Unless they get twice as much land in return. And the ski resort needs access to the water, and the town needs this. And anyway, you go through this exercise, but you know you're going to be playing against the same teams on a later negotiation. Well, I went in and I said to my team, I said, here's what we need. We need this at the end. This gets us 100 points. And everybody spent like 30 minutes arguing about how they need to get the most amount of points they can get to go back to their teams so that they don't feel like they were the weak part of the team. Because it's 3 people. You've got a total of 18 people in your flight. So this game is being played in other rooms by 6 other teams. And each flight will have 1 person on one faction, and then you get 2 duplicates. Well, you play this game, and my team trusted me because I was, fucking DG and OT at OTS, all this shit. And they're like, yeah, we'll trust you. So in the first game, I went in and I looked at it and I said, all right, guys, you're all bickering about stuff that doesn't matter. What if we could all walk out of here with 100 points? And they were like, well, we can't. I said, yeah, we can. We can all walk out of here with 100 points. Boom. Here's the vampire final solution. I get these 6. I give these 2 to you. I deal with you. I said, everybody gets 100 points. All of your victory conditions are met. So we turn it in. Everybody gets 100 points. So, my 2 teammates, as we're walking back to our flight room, said, why did you let everybody get 100 points? You could have absolutely screwed other people over. I said, if I screw them over today, I know we play against those same teams in a week on a different game. They're like, well, what's your plan then? Oh, I'm going to completely horse fuck them in the other one because they don't have any opportunity to fuck us back. It's the last time we play against them. So in the next one we go in, everybody just naturally assumed that I was putting it up that everyone was going to get max points, but I never said that. I never said you're all going to get max points. They just all naturally trusted me. I put the map up. The fucking flight command, the captain who was supervising it, he's laughing his ass off, and he's looking at his phone and he's laughing his ass off. And every time he's like, it's just cat videos. Well, we put it up and it's like my team got 100 points. All the other teams got like 10 or 12. And people were pissed at me. Like they were mad. And I was like, I never told you you were going to get full points. They said, well, the last time. And then the instructor jumped up and he said, this is something you need to look out for. And he said, I can tell by your attitudes, you, and you haven't done any of the reading for this exercise. And he says, let's flip over to the exercise reading. Develop trust in the first game. Abuse that trust in the second game for maximum gain and profit. That is politics. That is politics. Get what you want. I told you guys a couple of years ago, I was looking at buying a piece of property. Up until my health issue, I was going to stay here. I like this area. Unfortunately, I've lost the ability to detect sensations in hot and cold in my hands and my feet. I have small cluster neuropathy, which explains all of my health conditions. There's no treatment for it, but now I'm not going to the doctor getting blood drawn all the time. It's what causes my heart condition as well. It is what it is. But they said one good thing for me would be to get the fuck out of the cold. But at first I was going to buy this plot of property. And there was this weird, like a little over 3 acre plot. And I was going to buy it, put a house on it, but there were other people that were interested. The plot of land was $180,000. And it was coded R1, which meant you could only put one residential property on it. Well, a lot of people wanted about an acre of property. It was just over 3 acres, but you also have to account for the road, you have to account for the sewer, you have to account for the drainage. And so I forgot how we ultimately ended up divvying this up. It's kind of like that, and this plot ate like the lion's share of the road, if I remember correctly. It was like that is how it ended up working. And the trick to this was none of them could finance it, so they each ended up spending like $90,000 for their plot. And so that's $270, right? So where'd the extra money come from? Well, none of them could afford the 180 to buy the plot, but they could all afford 90,000 if it included the lot subdivision, the payment for their part and parcel road, sewer, drainage, all that. So finance the deal in the course of an afternoon and walked off with about 60,000 in profit. Well, it was a while later that some people found out that I had profited so much of it, and they were angry. Did you get what you wanted? Well, yeah, but then no but. Did you get what you wanted? You got your subdivided out parcel with all the land you wanted without having to rip out the trees you didn't want to rip out. You don't know anything on the road. You don't know anything on the sewer. You don't owe anything to the assessor's office for them to divvy out the parcel. You don't have to go through the bullshit of fighting through committees to get your R1 into subdivide. Because remember, R1 means one residential structure per plot of property. And they were like, well, if you bought it for 180, then I should have only had to pay 60. Said, well, then who does the road, the sewer, the drainage, the subdivision lines, all the new plots, all the assessments? Well, that shouldn't have cost me 30,000. Why the fuck would I want to do all of this for you without money for myself? Why would I want to arrange a 1-day quick turn of all of this shit? And the one guy said, well, you did it in a 1-day quick turn so none of us could find out. And I looked at him, I said, you goddamn right I did. You goddamn right. I aligned all the ducks in a row so that I could get this all done. And yes, you are absolutely correct. I happen to need money to fund a project. I was going to buy the plot. I found out about you all. I made 3 of you happy. Well, now I'm not happy. I'm sorry. We'll never do business together again. Well, I would have never done business with you anyway. Well, then we both get what we want, and I have your money. People have got to realize if you get what you want out of the deal and you're still not happy, there's a problem here. What are you not happy about? Like, what are you upset about? You got what you wanted and you're still not happy? So like to this one, I'm sure all of you have an opinion about some of the things, but I wanted to be the one screwing you over. Well, right. That's what people want. People want the extra money in their pocket. Each one of you got what you wanted at a price lower than what you would have paid. I'm sure every one of you has an opinion about taxes or government regulation or gun rights or immigration, abortion, LGBTQ, education, or healthcare. I'm sure a handful of you care about one or two of those things. I'm sure a handful of you care about all of those things. And then out of the 26 people in one place and 2 and 3, they probably won't have a consensus over which one's the most important. Some people don't want to put any money into schools. I have absolutely heard from people when I talk about my platform is fixing schools. They have said, I don't want to fix schools because if the schools sucked when I went to them, they should continue to suck. What the fuck is wrong with you? You want the schools to continue to suck because they sucked when you went there? I don't want schools to suck. I don't give a shit about inclusive curricula. I think that the home is the place that things like intimacy, relationship, values, morals should be taught. The school is where ethics should be taught. The home is where morality should be taught. You have people that say, I want all public schools to go away. Well, if all public schools went away, then you wouldn't need to worry about giving vouchers because then all schools would be private. Do you really want all schools to be private? Because I'll tell you right now, with public schools, you have the ability to go into the school and talk to the school and vote for school board. And you could get a group of 6, however many school board seats there are, a group of 6 parents can ultimately take over their school district. All you have to do is get enough people together, run for school board, and once you have half plus 1 votes on the school board, assuming the school board doesn't already have charters that require unanimous vote. If they do, then you got to have all 6 votes, or 8, or however many you have. But I worked at a private school. Parents were allowed to complain. There were no school board meetings. I'm sorry you feel that way. Well, what are we going to change? Nothing. Well, then I'll pull my kid out. Okay. That's the end of the conversation. That's where the difference is. If you have all private schools, that's fine, but then you lose all control over what your kids learn. You can only control where they learn it. That's funny. You can basically take over an entire district with you and your friends. You're right. You can. You absolutely can. You do not need to be a teacher or an educator or college educated or even have a high school diploma to run for school board. I think that in order to run for school board, you should at least have to have a high school diploma. I'd like to make it a college degree, but I'll settle for, if you want to be on the school board, you have to have a high school diploma. This is one of those, have you noticed that in about the last 5 or 6 years, the counter argument to a lot of things has been, you're just arguing from authority. You're using the argument from authority fallacy. No, I happen to be an authority. It's not, I'm not saying I'm right because I went to college. I'm saying I'm right, here are all these reasons, and if you went to college, you would have the foundation, like earlier in the show, public support versus public opinion. You literally posted a fucking definition of a word that you weren't even discussing, and even if you did, it showed you're wrong. So if you don't know what you're doing and you make the other guy's argument for him, maybe you shouldn't be arguing. It's like when I go to programmers, game developers, I ask questions. They're kind of like long-winded questions. Like, wouldn't it be better if X rather than Y because? And they're like, good line of thinking. Here's why you wouldn't want to do that. Or good line of thinking. Here's why you would want to do this. Here's why we don't do it. Like, what you've talked about is the perfect solution. However, XYZ. Like, for example, why would you necessarily not want a common NPC database for multiple servers of MMOs? Well, you might not want that. It's not necessarily a good idea, because then that means your startup has to happen in a specific order. And if something goes wrong in that order, you have to start startup over, which incurs a delay. A great reason. I don't think enough people are smart enough to understand the problem. What they want to do is they want to say, I'm upset with it because this is how it impacts me. But what they're not remembering is you're not really making a change to the overall problem. You're talking about how it impacts you. Like, for example, this is the country I live in. Starving children screaming for food. Starving children screaming for food as U.S. aid cuts unleash devastation and death across Myanmar. Well, first of all, I have a concern. Why is another country completely dependent on us for their food? I'm concerned about this because they're not our problem. Okay? They're not our issue. So why is it that somehow it's America's job to feed the world's hungry? But see if we can find a dollar amount. 2 weeks after the little boy died, U.S. Secretary of State sat before Congress and declared, no one has died because of the government's decision to gut its foreign aid program. I lost my son because of the funding cuts. The United Nations estimates 40% of the human population needs humanitarian assistance, which once counted the U.S. as its largest humanitarian donor. If the UN estimates 40% of the population needs humanitarian assistance, why is the United Nations not providing humanitarian relief? Now, South Korea donates. The European Union allocated a total of $33 million. Australia did, China did. And then Australia, Canada, Denmark, Germany, and the European Union. So I guess Denmark and Germany, independent of the European Union, donated money. Though the U.S. only spends 1% of its budget on foreign aid, Trump declared USAID, once the world's leader donor of humanitarian assistance, a waste of money and dissolved it. Okay. I want to bring up 20% of the children across the country are experiencing food insecurity. If 20% of American children across the country are experiencing food insecurity, then why is it right that 1% of the U.S. national budget goes to feed children in other countries? $47.4 million people live in households experiencing food insecurity. 47.4 million Americans pay taxes, and 1% of our national budget goes to foreign aid. If we want to talk about fixing the problems first, charity is charity. Like, charity is charity. You see up there, the Extra Life Health fundraiser. I would never ask people to donate to Extra Life if they had a sick child, or they didn't have food, or they didn't have X, or they didn't have Y, they didn't have Z. And people fail to realize that 1% has quite a large impact when talking budgets. You're right, it does. You also have to realize, when we're running a $2 trillion deficit, 1% of the national budget isn't 1% of the money we raised. 1% is of the budget that is $2 trillion over what we raised. Charity is great. I donate to charity. This bar up here will go up by at least $250. $100 from me and $150 from the company when I do my Extra Life thing next month. If nobody else can donate, I'm not going to be heartbroken that we only raise $355 for charity. I'm not going to say, oh, we failed. It's $355 more for Rady's Children's Hospital than they had before we did our fundraising campaign. But I totally understand why people in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020 were able to donate more, because shit, man, it's pretty clear life was better 5 years ago. Inflation prices right now are out of control. We need to focus on people understanding Donald Trump's decisions are hurting the American people. I don't care how far into MAGA you are. If you're blindly believing what Donald Trump is doing is a good thing, then you lost the right to complain about anything going on in your life if it involves shortage of money. If you are currently saying, I love Donald Trump, MAGA is great, all these things are great, I can't afford groceries, it's not the Democrats that made it so you can't afford groceries. It's Donald Trump. They put a 10% tariff on bananas, and since January 20th, Walmart has increased the price of bananas by 8%. I wonder why they raised it by 8%. And I want to remind you that when you put a tariff on something and then the price goes up by 8%, Walmart has already covered the tariff and making profit. See, what people forget is I pay $1 for something and I'm selling it for $2. I'm making $1 profit. You put a 10% tariff on it, right? If this goes up to $1.10, then this should go up to 210. Because now I'm still making the same dollar profit. But if they've raised this by 8%, that means they're paying $1.10. They're selling it for $2.16. Companies are squeezing profits out of the consumer, and they're saying it has to do with the tariff. Well, no, it doesn't. Not if the cost of something went up 8% on a 10% tariff. Because the price includes the profit. The profit is baked into the price. But who's everybody blaming? Exactly who Donald Trump wants people to be blaming. They're blaming Walmart. Well, if you just hadn't fucked... And Walmart bears a share of responsibility. Why are cars going to be more expensive? Because they're imported. Well, why don't they just build more cars in America? Well, I don't know. Why the fuck did they fuck with the Hyundai plant in Georgia? I'll also say there's an electric car plant, a $4 billion Panasonic electric vehicle battery factory in Kansas requires so much power, it will require a coal power plant to run. Does anybody else find a certain irony that you're building an electric vehicle battery plant that needs so much power? You're powering it with a coal power plant, and it's in Kansas, which is relatively sunny and relatively flat, and they could probably use wind turbines or solar. But no, we're going to just build a power plant. So we're taxing Americans that can't afford to be taxed to give money to foreign countries. And then we wonder why people are trying to scam the system to stay on food stamps, WIC, rent. Like, we've got to fix the fucking problems. But instead, we want to blame everybody. The Republicans want to blame the Democrats for shutting down the government. Why would you blame the party of people that are trying to get healthcare back to 15 million people? What's so bad about trying to get 15 million Americans their healthcare coverage back? Trump news at a glance. The fact that The Guardian has to have an entire Trump news at a glance section. The president threatened to use emergency powers after a federal judge temporarily halted National Guard deployment in Portland. Donald Trump threatens to use emergency powers to deploy more troops into Democrat-led cities as he attempts to mobilize the military face legal challenges. The president openly mulled the use of the Insurrection Act after a federal judge in Oregon temporarily halted a National Guard deployment. We have an Insurrection Act for a reason. If I have to enact it, I would do that. What insurrection is going on? What insurrection is going on in accordance with 10 USC 254? First of all, the president has to publicly proclaim and formally order the dispersion of people committing civil unrest or armed rebellion. Where is that happening? Yeah, there's not. He also called for the mayor of Chicago and Governor J.B. Pritzker to be arrested. Now, let me say this. I think Governor Pritzker is a shitty governor and he's my governor. I think he's a shitty governor because, honestly, if over one weekend 58 people got shot and 8 died, I would send the fucking National Guard into Chicago. But I would call, if I was the governor of Illinois, I would have called up the governor or the mayor of Chicago and said, look, man, we know this fucking Cheeto poof in Washington wants to send the National Guard here anyway. We just had 58 people shot over a weekend, 8 fatalities. Why don't you formally request that I send in the National Guard so that he can't send in the National Guard? Because the governor can use the National Guard for police purposes, but he doesn't have to. Like, we have a fucked up system where the mayor of Chicago just declared through executive order areas where ICE cannot operate. Okay, I'm gonna boil this down. The places that you name that ICE can't operate, they already can't operate, and they're already doing it anyway. If you want to talk about the due process problems, let's talk about let's talk about, you can't arrest people in a private business without a warrant anyway. You need a warrant to go into a private establishment, or the private establishment needs to invite you in to make the arrest. And I think that's another piece that people forget about. If it's not your house and it's not your rental, if it's my business and ICE agents show up at the door and they say, yeah, we're looking for this and this, I can say, you're gonna have to leave my business because I don't support this bullshit unless you have a warrant. Or I can say, yeah, they're in the back, go get them. I think people are missing the point that not every business is fighting back, because some businesses don't know their workers are illegal. Now, I would venture a guess that the majority of them would. If you've got ICE walk into a kitchen and they have a warrant and one guy takes off running, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if I walk into a kitchen to make an arrest and I have a warrant and everything else is righteous and you go running, they can chase you, arrest you, and detain you, because that is suspicious behavior. Now, is suspicious person a felony or a misdemeanor? It's neither, but it differs from where they can't stop and ID you at other times and places because you are a suspicious person who is acting suspiciously while a criminal investigation is already going on. I need you to articulate your reasonable suspicion that there was a crime. Well, we're wearing immigration customs enforcement uniforms. We walked into a kitchen. We detained 2 individuals and an individual fled. Guess what? That's articulatable and it's reasonable. Shouldn't shop owners get in trouble for hiring illegals? They do get in trouble for hiring illegals. It's a fucking crime. The thing is that some of them have paperwork. Some of them have false papers. My social security number was being used by 3 different people in 3 different states at one time because my identity was stolen. I think we also have an ignorant ass country that doesn't understand the difference between illegal alien, resident alien, criminal overstayed alien, criminal entered alien, and overstayed alien. So do the benefits outweigh the crime? The benefits do outweigh the crime. When you've got millions of people paying in taxes, keeping social, because remember, when you work for me, right? And I'm going to say we have 3 lanes of people. We have legal, and we're just going to put legal because nobody's illegal, but we have legal, we have visa, and we have illegal, right? They pay taxes. It's withheld out of their check. Social Security, Medicare, FICA, FUTA, and they will eventually benefit from that. They pay taxes. They have withholdings. They do or do not have this, depending on fucking 19 different flavors of immigration law, types of visas, blah, blah, blah. Migrant workers don't. Resident aliens do. These people pay taxes, have withholdings, pay Social Security. They will never benefit from it. Why do we keep arresting people that are paying into a system that they'll never use? They will never use the system. So why are we fucking with them? Why is it an American doesn't understand the difference between civil illegal alien and criminal illegal alien? I'll be right back. All right. So you arrive in America and it says you have a work visa that says you have to leave the country by 10 October. Well, you don't leave the country by 10 October. You're still here on the 15th of October. You are, in fact, an illegal alien. You are here illegally. And we need to stop this whole fucking bullshit argument of like, you can't be illegal on stolen land. Fuck off. It's not stolen land. We won a war. We took it. It's the fucking... There's like, great. You want to keep calling it stolen land? What's the point? What are we going to get to? Where are we going to win? What's the win here? So we move along, and they've overstayed their visa. The only thing going to happen to them, as long as they leave on their own in 180 days, is nothing. The only ones that have committed an actual crime are the ones that come here and they came across the border illegally. If they come through the country, if they come into the country not at a border crossing checkpoint, then they've done something illegal. So that's a federal misdemeanor. We're just caught up in this bullshit where you've got people protesting and they don't even know what they're protesting. Look, there is some validity in removing 60 million people out of the country. And part of the validity for removing 60 million people out of the country is is simple supply and demand. You've got houses. I'm going to say housing. Supply is low, demand is high, price goes up to whatever the market can bear. Well, if you got rid of 60 million people out of the country, supply would go up, demand would go down, and price would go down. It's just that simple. Do you think a higher fine on shop owners will slow down that problem, since it would mean the shop owners would try to make it harder? Or do you think that would make them not want to hire immigrants at all? Dude, it does, like, as I've said, when I hired people on a visa, I get a copy of their visa. Their visa tells me what date their visa is valid to. I back that up by 2 weeks, put a reminder on the calendar, says ask whoever for their visa. Ask Seamus for their visa. And then I back that up 10 weeks from then for the pay period of that week, and I say, remind Seamus he's gonna need a new visa. That's just from me. So 10 weeks out or 12 weeks, it's actually 12 weeks out because it's 2 weeks and then 10 from that. I say, hey man, just to let you know, in 3 months, you're going to need to bring me a copy of your new visa or that'll be your last day. Well, if I don't stop having the person work, then I'm part of the problem, right? Then I'm part of the issue, because I should absolutely have dealt with why I have somebody working for me that shouldn't be working for me. I don't think a higher fine on shop owners will slow the problem down, because a lot of the time they hired the person with the visa, and the worst that's going to happen to them is you're going to say, "Oh, you have a you have a person that whatchamacallit, you have a person whose visa expired." Well, that's a paperwork problem. As long as they had a visa when you hired them, it's generally not a big problem. What we have is we're worried about the smallest part of it. We're worried about the smallest of the small part. I don't give a shit. Like, let's be honest. I don't give a fuck at the end of the day who washes the dishes at the local Mexican restaurant. Why do I care? Well, because they're taking jobs. Who the fuck exactly are they taking the job from? And that's the counter argument I always get. Well, they're taking a job away from an American. Really? The job pays $8 an hour. McDonald's pays $19 an hour. And you still got Americans sitting at home, or you got Americans telling you DoorDashing makes me more money. No, the fuck it doesn't. DoorDashing makes you more money today. But as soon as you have to pay for your car, take out the gas, take out the oil changes, the tire changes, because I've seen a lot of people that have been DoorDashing now since the pandemic, and they're like, man, my 5-year-old car has got like 140,000 miles on it. Yeah, you drove the shit out of it. Man, I only had this car 5 years and I'm already having transmission problems. Oh, you didn't understand that? A lot of stop and go traffic, 140,000 miles on your engine, you were gonna need a new one? I can't afford a new car, but I can't make any money if I don't have a car. What am I gonna do? Get a fucking normal job like a grown-up adult. No, the problem is they make good money. You make good money on DoorDash. You can make 30, 40, 50 bucks an hour on DoorDash. The problem is they're not looking at it like a business. They're not looking at it like a business. So, for example, how many miles do you drive in a day? 200. Okay? So you drive let me see if I can get a real quick price. I'm trying to grab a ballpark figure. So you're gonna need to spend approximately $900 every 55,000 miles. Now, I know that seems like a lot, right? But that's 275 days of door dashing comes with a cost of 900 miles or $900, right? It's 275 days. Now, that's more than you would work in an average year, because in an average year, you work 260 days. 52 weeks, 5 days a week, 260 days of the year. So this is assuming that you're working pretty much 5 days a week, and then half the time you're working 6 days a week. But at 55,000 miles, you've also... Come on, hand. I don't need this shit today. You've also done about 9 oil changes. Because that's assuming that you're doing an oil change every 6,000 miles. Because you don't have to do one every 3,000 miles. Every 6 will do fine. And oil changes have gotten up to about $75 each. Right? So 9 by 75, that's another $675. Now, the next part is your insurance premium. When you tell them you're using your vehicle for you're using your vehicle for deliveries, you can expect to add on anywhere between $1,500 and $2,000 a year to carry insurance to do deliveries. Plus, if you're doing 55,000 miles in a year, right? That's also going to increase your rate. Because remember, your insurance rate is determined by how many miles a year you drive. So when you tell them, oh yeah, I'm driving my personal vehicle 75,000 miles a year, your rate's going to go up. So now what we've done so far is we've done 900 plus 675 plus, we'll call it 1,500, plus we'll add another 1,000. So right off the bat, you have $4,075 in car expenses. And what's the big car expense I haven't even added in yet? I haven't added in gas. So you figure, let's say it's $60 a fill up, and you're filling up 3 times a week because you're driving 200 miles a day, right? You're going to spend in the neighborhood of that just on gasoline. So when we add that to our 4075, you're at $13,435. And that's what you start in the negative when you do your forward-looking balance sheet. When you say, what is this going to cost me to do? You need to have a plan that makes $13,400. Now, someone's going to hit me back with, well, all that money's tax deductible. Correct. Those are business expenses. Except you then have to run yourself like a business. Which also means you're paying 15.3% in self-employment tax. In addition to income tax. So you take whatever you make for the week and you take 15.3% off the top. Well, I'm going to get that. No, you're not going to get that back. That's self-employment tax. That's different from being a delivery driver that works for Domino's, where they pay half of that for you. You pay all of that. That's your Social Security, FICA, FUTA, Medicare. So you've got to make at least $13,435 this year in tips. Plus, you need to make 15.3% above and beyond what you would have wanted to make. Because remember, you pay the self-employment tax off the top. All these expenses don't apply until after you've paid the off the top number. And this is where a lot of people don't get it. You make $100,000 as a 1099 contractor, right? $15,300 comes right the fuck up off the top. Right, single cut. There is no negotiation. There is no deductions. There's nothing. That's right off the top. And that's right off the top of the first 168,000 if you're single. And if you want health insurance, no employer contribution help. Exactly. Yeah, independent contractor problems and having to be more responsible. So right off the bat, let's just say you made $100,000. You're already down to $84,700. Now, this, that, the other tax liabilities. What the fuck? God damn, man. They start texting you earlier and earlier. Yes, I have a reservation on Saturday for a party of 3. So this right here, let's say you've got your total, let's just say $40,000 in total deductions. So you're at 40, and that's your car, that's yourself, because I'm assuming you're not married. So you're down to $44,700. And what do we say? We say you worked 275 days of the year. So we're going to say you worked 2,200 hours. 44.7 divided by 2,200. Guess what you made? You made $20.31 an hour as a delivery driver. And then, as Stumpy says, out of your 44,000, you're looking at, conceivably, for not dog shit health insurance, you're looking at $9,600 off the top. So you're looking at $9,600 off the top. You're looking at about $800 a month for health insurance if you don't want dog shit insurance. Well, shit, man, at this point, why do you want to fucking put all that wear and tear on your vehicle, driving all shit? You could get a job, get a fucking job that pays overtime and make more than that. So when people are talking about how great DoorDash is, I've never met one DoorDasher who hasn't given me a load of bullshit, who's actually, when they get through all of it, they're like, holy fuck, man, I ain't making anything. That's functionally a 20% tax with the insurance. Well, yeah, but then you need a separate account for emergency vehicle repair that you should keep separate from your personal funds. Well, no, if you're an independent contractor, then you shouldn't have a separate fund. If you're an independent contractor, then you should be set up appropriately, and then you live on taking an owner's draw. But the problem is you had to start the job that way, or you need to do that in the second year. And then you're fucking yourself on the other end, because you can get around paying individual employment tax by setting up a company. No, it wouldn't be hard as a DoorDasher. Wouldn't be hard at all. Because when you apply, they say, what's your social security number or what's your EIN? Actually, maybe as a DoorDasher, maybe, because I think they've changed it where they don't want EINs anymore. That's just your employer identification number. But they don't want that set up that way. But because they don't want it set up that way, that should tell you everything you need to know. If they don't want it set up in a way that is more advantageous for you, then you should know that there's problems with it. Because if you set it up as a company, wait, hold on, let me just check real quick. Yes, they you can, yeah, DoorDash, you can be a single member LLC. The reason why you want to be a single member LLC is, and again, I'm not teaching you tax evasion, I'm teaching you tax avoidance, but yeah, they can. But what I will always tell you is this: if I teach you something, I teach you both sides. So why would I want to be a DoorDasher as an LLC versus an individual? Well, the very first thing I'm going to save is 15.3%. Because as an LLC, I'm not going to pay individual employee tax. And I better do this as C Corp, LLC. I'm not going to pay individual employment tax, except when it becomes pass-through, then I'm still going to be paying that. But what it allows me to do is, remember I said you make X and right off the top you have 15,000 on our example. You made 100,000 right off the top and you made 15,003 in personal employment tax. Well, if you're set up as an LLC, this line moves down to after expenses. Because then what happens is whatever fucking Deadpool DoorDash LLC doesn't pay that, so it gets 100,000. We had $40,000 in expenses, so it has $60,000. Then the rest of that is pass-through income. Now you pay personal employment tax on the 60,000. Well, where that's good for you is it's going to put more money in your pocket. Where it's bad for you is later on down the road, when you get older, you've paid less into Social Security. So that means your top 35 years is going to be lower. Now, hopefully, if you're doing this, I mean, I guess if you want to do DoorDash long term, there are worse careers. Well, Magnus, here's the thing that I tell everybody they should do. Everybody should do this. Everybody should have an LLC set up for all the shit that they do in life, because then half of your fucking bills get applied to the LLC, as long as they're legitimate bills. Like, for example, because I don't want you guys in my content creator career, my Spotify music, by the way, I want to thank you all who share all the music I play, because we've tripled the amount of plays we've gotten in a year. So big thank you to the community for that. This is the most recent metric. Look at that. We went from 446,000 to 1,048,000. So that's a lot of improvement on plays. But I don't want you guys donate, like when Trekker donated a while ago. I don't want any of that money going to me. And because I don't want that money going to me, it doesn't go to my rigs, it doesn't go to my hardware, it doesn't go to anything. The only thing that the company bought is the green screen, because when I had PGN education and I was doing something else, I needed the green screen. With that, you could set up, for example, all of the car payment, all of the car maintenance stuff could be paid for by the LLC. You need a new set of tires? You go put a set of tires on your car, right? And then on the receipt, you have to do the math, because you have to keep your logbook if you're doing it legally and you don't want to be audited and you have an LLC, your personal vehicle, you would go to the interval of the last time you put tires on the vehicle, which you'd have a receipt for, and this set of tires, and you would say, between this and this, I drove 70,000 miles. These are 65,000 mile tires. Of the 70,000 miles I drove 62,000 and change were for door dashing, and the other 7,000 and change were for me. So this divided by that is 93%. This is the total cost of the bill. 93% of that is divided to me as an individual, or 7% is divided for me as an individual. 93% is to Deadpool DoorDash LLC. So I'm submitting a remittance for payment. And it's a pain in the ass to do, but if you want to do it legally, you as a person send a bill to your LLC, then you as the pay person at the LLC pay out via check or Venmo or PayPal, or not cash. Don't do it as cash. Don't do it as cash. You disperse that out to yourself as replacement in kind. The problem is people don't know that. People also have to know, yeah, sure, I can save you money on this end, but on the back end, like half your phone, as long as you have a legitimate LLC, half your cell phone bill can be paid for by your LLC. If your LLC is making more money than you are at your salaried job, there are other ways to do it. And I'm going to put into quotes other ways. That's for anything. That's for anything. I could, in theory, that computer over there was, we'll just call it $8,000 for shits and giggles. I bought that computer and it was $8,000. And I could have done the math to say, because that computer was $8,000, the company's going to pay for 6,000 of it, because here's my reasonable expectation of how much time I'm going to spend on music, how much time I'm going to spend on video editing, how much I'm going to spend on streaming, and then how much I'm going to spend on playing video games. Well, I could have legally done that. I didn't want to, but I could have. Instead, I want all the music to get made, so I don't need that. But if you're a streamer and you need to buy a new machine, you can write that off as a business expense. Most jobs, you can reimburse yourself for mileage if you've properly set up everything. Now, if you haven't properly set it up, you can't do it. This should be taught in high school. It should be. For example, I have a friend, he started a little handyman business. And he bought a separate beater truck. He has a really, really nice pickup truck. But he bought a piece of shit beater. The reason why he bought a piece of shit beater is, number one, he didn't want to be putting mileage on his personal vehicle. Number two, he didn't want to blur the lines. He didn't want to be using a personal asset for the handyman business. So now he has a truck just for the handyman business. That way, all of it gets paid for out of the business. And then his personal truck gets paid for by him. It used to be when I went to school in the 70s, it was taught to me, the little bit of high school I was there for, a lot of this stuff was taught to me, but I was already off at college at 16, so I learned from people. But yeah, it's like, you can have your phone. Like, again, if I wanted to, I could designate, I don't know the exact figures of my house because I could give two shits. I'm going to say that I'm in a room that's 100 square feet out of 3,000 square feet. So I could reasonably say 3.3% of my house is a home office. And then I, as the person, could bill my company. Let's do no, that number's wrong. I could, in theory, send myself a bill. I, as the person, could bill PGN Inc. $99 a month for rent for this office. And I could do that, and that would be audit proof. That would be absolutely audit proof. Because all you got to do is take the value of the home, and the value of the home is $300,000 times 0.01. 1% is a reasonable rent on a structure, right? So 3,000 times 3.3%, $99. Hi, welcome. So without a doubt, I could move money out of my company to me, but as we always know, anytime money is received, what do you have? You have tax on the money. So even though I could move $99 a month out of my company into my own personal pocket, now, yeah, tax. Now I would have to fucking start a personal, I would have to start yet another fucking business to receive that $99, or I would have to claim it personally. And what do you never want to do? You never want to have rental touch stuff touching your personal home. So that's why, don't pierce the corporate veil. Write a receipt for all of it and never do cash. There has to be a trackable. Now, when I say don't do cash, never have I ever paid tax. Yes, you have. I'm going to tell you right now, I am not the average streamer that's going to deal with your bullshit. You have paid tax. There is nope, you've paid tax. You've never made a purchase ever in your life. You've never made a purchase ever, anywhere. You've never bought gasoline. Okay, so first of all, in that way, yes, you've paid tax. Second of all, you've had a job, you've paid tax. Period. You pay it in income. Yes, you have. Have you had a job where you work for somebody else? Have you had a job where you get a paycheck from somebody else? Because if you have, you've paid 7 point. I've only had under the table stuff. Okay, well then let me help you out. Ready? Then eventually you're going to get caught and eventually you're going to go to fucking jail. And when you need Social Security or Medicare, you're not going to get it because you haven't paid into it. If you've only ever worked under the table, okay, that doesn't impress me because it makes you, one, a criminal, and two, a dumbass. Isn't there a limit? No, the limit is you have to file taxes for all the money you make. If you get paid cash as a 1099 independent contractor, you are responsible to pay all 15.3% of your employment tax, as opposed to working for somebody and you pay half and they pay half. You have to file taxes even if you have no liability. You even have to file taxes if your income is zero. Because everybody has income. You either have earned income or you have investment income and you're living off of that, and you still have to file the taxes because you have to show how do you not have capital gains tax. So, if you are getting paid under the table and you're not filing taxes, what you're not doing is you're not earning Social Security, you're not earning Medicare, you basically don't exist. Because believe it or not, it's the IRS that really determines if you exist. So you can continue to not pay taxes, but you still pay taxes. Every time you make a purchase, that's sales tax. If you're being paid under the table, it means you don't own a house. If you bought a vehicle, you paid tax. You have registration, that's tax. So when people say, I don't pay tax, yeah, did you know you just admitted to defrauding the federal government on a platform where the CEO is literally in a hearing right now about monitoring illegal activity on the platform? It's also a certain level of irony. So I don't, like, people are like, I don't pay tax. I'll be the first person to admit, I pay a fuck ton in taxes, but I pay the least amount of taxes as I'm legally required to. I don't fuck around with my taxes because I want to remind you that the IRS is very much a enforcement agency, and the IRS decides you fucked up, and then you sue the IRS to prove you didn't fuck up. The IRS grabs you and, like, why is it even some of the wealthiest people in the country don't fuck around with the IRS? Because they're like, well, look what happened to Wesley Snipes. Look what happened to Nicolas Cage. Fuck that shit. I feel some of the people who pop in are from the AOC Discord and want to troll. A lot of them are. What you also don't see is that there are a lot of people who get their messages caught by the moderation tools. I am a troll. There you go. Goodbye. See, that was easy. See, the freedom that comes with not giving a shit if my channel grows is the freedom to know I can ban all of the stupid people that come here. Like the guy the other day, it was a slow day. A guy came in and he kept being insulting, and I didn't even read his messages. He got in my way for a minute, and he made an inappropriate comment about the game dialogue, so I banned him. He came back with a second account, so I banned that, and then I reported the first one. He came back a third time, banned that, reported the second and the third one. Came back a fourth time, banned that, and reported it. Do you know what the greatest smile on my face that will ever come in? The greatest smile that comes in is when Twitch tells, when I'm streaming, and while I'm still streaming, these are popping up on the other screen. So while I'm still reporting the dumbasses, they're already actioning them. And then I see their name disappear on the followed you. When they get deleted a couple of minutes after, they get changed to unknown user. I don't know why we live in a society where I live in people's head rent free. But if you bring up something to me after 2 years later, first of all, I don't even know who you are. Second of all, you've been waiting for 2 years to come here and say something to me. It means I live in your head rent free. I wish I could sublet the space, but it'd probably only be worth about $1.99. With that said, yeah, thanks for the report. We've done an appropriate level of interaction. Tomorrow I will be here to play some video games. I do want to give a big fucking shout out to Final Fantasy Tactics. They did amazing with the voiceovers. Where I don't want to give them an amazing shout out is their difficulty level. The fact that they decided to make the difficulty level simply make the enemy do more damage, make the enemy move faster, make you do less damage, that doesn't add difficulty, that adds obstruction. I have no doubt that if I were to play through the playthrough I had and just leveled up a bit, I'd be able to beat it. I actually, on Sunday after I was my playthrough, I down leveled the difficulty and then beat it, because I hate to leave that particular game unbeaten, and then I leave for vacation on Friday. Speaking of, tomorrow I'll be here for some video games, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday I'm gone. Next week's schedule, making everything save or die. Next week's schedule is a little off. I don't arrive until later on Monday, and I'm going to stream politics on Tuesday. Yeah, what's burning down during the break? Fuck, I can't wait to see the Discord while I'm gone. And then Wednesday I have to take my wife to the hospital for an appointment, and it's right in the middle of where I should have streamed. So next week is Tuesday, Thursday, Friday for streams. I might stream Wednesday afternoon once I get her home. Do video games Wednesday afternoon. After I pick my kid up from school, just to try to get the streams in. Because even though we have 14 subscribers, it bothers me when I don't do my show for my subscribers. Until then, I will see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment